What's going on, guys? What is going on? I'm back for Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora as well, but we all know I'm biased in favor of Tim Tszyu. He's going to be coming on tonight in the main event, the much anticipated main event. But we are live right now for the final fight on the prelim card for this show, which is Brian Mendoza against Sergey Bohachuk. And this fight is, in theory, potentially going to determine one of the number one contenders for Tim Tszyu's titles. So it's going to be interesting to see who wins this fight. Bohachuk in particular is an intriguing fighter to me because he's literally never been in a fight that hasn't ended in a knockout. Even his one loss, he got KO'd in that one. So he's got 23 KOs and 20 wins, and he's got knocked out once. So on paper, you're going to be guaranteed some action in this fight. And Brian Mendoza as well. Like, Brian Mendoza lost to Tim Tszyu last time, but he competed pretty well against him. Brian Mendoza is actually a good fighter. He's not, in my opinion, the top dog in the division. That's Tim Tszyu, by the way. But Brian Mendoza is actually, I think, an underrated fighter. He's an underdog pretty much in all of his fights. He was an underdog against Fundora. He was an underdog justifiably against Tim Tszyu. I believe he's an underdog against Bohachuk here tonight as well. But he's actually a good fighter, just not the top guy in the division. But Sergey Bohachuk, I'm really curious to see what he's going to look like tonight. So both of these guys are actually in the ring right now. This is the final fight airing on the pre-show portion of the card. So this is airing live on Prime Video, but not on the pay-per-view portion. So you guys can watch this fight for free if you have a Prime Video subscription, even if you haven't purchased the pay-per-view yet. So the pay-per-view portion of the card is going to be starting in an hour's time. But right now we're getting the main event of the prelims, which is Sergey Bohachuk against, I was about to say Sebastian Fundora, against Brian Mendoza. And this is for the WBO interim title at Super Welterweight as well. So whoever wins this one is going to be presumably the mandatory challenger for the WBO title, which is going to be held by either Fundora or Tim Tszyu based on whoever wins in the main event tonight. So like I say, both Brian Mendoza and Sergey Bohachuk are in the ring right now as we speak. We're just getting through. If you guys aren't watching the stream, we're just getting the introductions of both fighters in the ring. So we're moments away from the opening bell here. The previous fights that we saw on the prelim portion of the show, Carmel Moten, who's the Floyd Mayweather protege, the 17-year-old in the lightweight division, he just beat Anthony Cuba over 8 rounds via a unanimous decision. And now we're on to this one, which is the main event, as it were, of the prelim portion of the show. So I hope you guys are looking forward to joining me. How are you doing? Everyone who's turning in. Hirko, how are you doing? Drummer, how are you doing? Good to see you. And yes, I agree. I think Mendoza Bohachuk is going to be a close fight. I hope so anyway. And yes, you're very welcome for the comments. I appreciate all of you guys tuning in. So we're getting right up to the opening bell here. So Bohachuk and Brian Mendoza are being given their final instructions by the referee. So we are just about ready to get into this one, guys. I think this is going to be a really good fight. I'm surprised this one's not actually, truthfully, on the main pay-per-view portion of the show, because it's a good fight. But we're going to see. We're going to see what happens here, guys. But I'm expecting a good one. Drummer, Mendoza trained hard for this fight. Hirko, Sergey by TKO in round 6. Okay, well, let's see what happens, guys. So we're getting into it now. Round number 1 is underway. Brian Mendoza from the United States against Bohachuk from Ukraine. Brian Mendoza, he's on the back foot to open up the fight. Bohachuk is coming forward. He's on the front foot. Not a lot of punches being thrown. Both guys being very cautious right now. Brian Mendoza tries to jab to the body. Bohachuk comes back. He tries to land a jab of his own. Mendoza goes to the body. Both guys just being very careful, feeling each other out at this point. Bohachuk on the front foot. Mendoza on the back foot. Mendoza's attempting to use his movement Bohachuk's trying to walk him down. Neither guy's really letting his hands go. There's just a couple of jabs being exchanged, but nothing serious at this point. Mendoza ducks underneath a shot from Bohachuk. Bohachuk coming forward. He's behind a high guard. Mendoza's just trying to duck out of the way. He's not really letting his hands go much at this point. He jabs to the body there. Bohachuk still coming forward. He's got Mendoza up against the ropes, but Bohachuk is not letting his hands go to any meaningful degree. So Mendoza's able to use his jab, double up the jab to the body, get himself off the ropes. Now they're in the clinch. Referee lets them break themselves up. Mendoza fires off a jab. It connects through the high guard. And they're in the clinch again, but Brian Mendoza is just trying to stay on his back foot here. He's getting walked down by Bohachuk, though. Bohachuk is just walking through Brian Mendoza's shots at the moment. It's not doing anything to slow him down. Mendoza has to be careful here. He doesn't want to get trapped in the corner. He's using his movement well, but he's also getting walked into the corner, and he doesn't want to be doing that against a guy with 23 KOs and 23 fights. We got 45 seconds left in the opening round here. Action is taking place in the center of the ring. Bohachuk and Mendoza exchanging jabs, exchanging body shots. Bohachuk eats a nice jab from Mendoza and a body shot, but he fires back. Snapping jab pushes the head of Mendoza back. Mendoza is, from my point of view, not carrying the same power that Bohachuk has, and he's got to be careful because these jabs are snapping his head back. He is landing, but Bohachuk is not being slowed down. He's just coming straight forward. And Mendoza, when he gets hit on the chin with these jabs, his head's rocking backwards. We're about to get the final bell for the opening round. Both men head back to their corners. How did you guys see that one in the chat? Yeah, I appreciate that, Drummer. Thank you for the compliment. Trying my best here. Saludos, Jesus. How are you doing? So Brian Mendoza, from my point of view, the big thing for him in that round was he doesn't want to get hit with these ramrod jabs from Bohachuk and get his head just snapped backward like that too often, because it doesn't look like he's carrying quite the same power. And Bohachuk is already walking him down. And if that keeps happening and Mendoza gets trapped up against the ropes or trapped in the corner, he's going to be in trouble. Maybe not immediately, but as the fight goes on, if he can't get Bohachuk to either respect his power or move his feet more and stop getting trapped in the corners, he's going to need to either do one of those things. Mendoza needs to either use his power to get some respect, or he needs to keep moving. But just getting trapped in the corner and walk down, that's not a good idea, in my opinion. So round number 2 is underway. Now, Mendoza tries to come out and fire a couple of jabs straight off. Same situation. He's on the back foot, and Bohachuk is coming forward. His jab is looking very strong. He's getting hit himself on the chin and to the body, but it doesn't look like it's having the same effect. Mendoza unloads with a couple of shots there. Mendoza just looks a little bit less, or rather, he looks a little bit more damaged by the shots that Bohachuk is throwing, even though each guy is landing on the other. Now Mendoza's in the corner. Bohachuk's going to the head, and he's connecting. Mendoza manages to fight his way off. He's firing back as well. Mendoza's blinking out of his left eye now because those jabs are connecting repeatedly, and it looks like he might have some swelling building up in that left eye. A right hand lands from Bohachuk. Mendoza managed to get off some shots to the body as well, but it's just that jab which is causing problems right now. Mendoza's trying to fight his way off the ropes. Bohachuk is just peppering him with the jab and the right hand. I'll tell you what, if Bohachuk knocks Mendoza out quickly, that's going to be an impressive statement because, oh, big right hand connects from Bohachuk. Mendoza's got to be careful here. He's against the ropes. He's firing back, but it's just not doing anything to keep Bohachuk off him. Even though he's connecting, it's really not doing a serious amount of damage. It doesn't look like. Mendoza trying to land some hooks, but they're clubbing. They're just landing on the side of the gloves and on the head of Bohachuk. He did land a nice body shot there, Mendoza. Bohachuk just walking Mendoza down into the corner again. Mendoza's not clinching, though. He's trying to fight his way out of the corner. Both guys land body shots there. We got a minute left in the round now, guys. Brian Mendoza is very tough. You can tell he's really not wanting to back down here, but I think he needs to use his movement a little bit more. He's using his jab. He's trying to fight his way out of trouble, but he's coming off worse in these exchanges as he eats another uppercut there. The referee is telling Bohachuk not to push Mendoza's head down, which he did. So that buys Brian Mendoza some time, but immediately he gets hit with a couple of shots from Bohachuk. Mendoza's being backed into the corner again. Big jab lands from Bohachuk. Mendoza's trying to fight back with uppercuts. Now Bohachuk's landing some hooks. He's pushed Mendoza down again. He actually pushed him down so that Mendoza's knee hit the canvas, but it wasn't a knockdown. And the referee stops that. Now both guys exchanging in the corner, but Mendoza is coming off the worst here in these exchanges. He is landing punches, but you can see there's a power difference from my point of view as Salas, his trainer, gets in the ring. Ismael Salas in the corner with Brian Mendoza. You can see on the face of Brian Mendoza, he's marked up. Not massively, but he has been getting hit with shots. That's a good question, Jesus. Will Sergey have enough energy if it goes a longer distance? Well, he's certainly trying to push the pace right now, and he's trying his best, I think, to get Kokoy. Salute. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mendoza has defensive issues, drummer. I agree. It's going to be interesting if Bohachuk, if he does gas out, then obviously that's going to make things a lot easier for Brian Mendoza, but I'm not sure he's going to last that much longer. At this rate, to be quite honest, Bohachuk hit him a bunch of times, and it's going to accumulate damage, and Brian Mendoza needs to be very, very careful here because at the rate it's going, I think Bohachuk has a chance to stop him sooner than later, even, I think, within the next couple of rounds. If Brian Mendoza keeps getting hit like this, I think it's very possible he gets stopped within 6. Now, he is also landing some big bombs on Bohachuk, and if that can actually effectively tire him out, then maybe he can turn the fight around. But he needs to, I think, use his movement more and not just be a wide open target to get hit. That's the problem. As Drummer pointed out, it's his defensive issues that are giving Mendoza problems. So we're underway, by the way, in round number 3. Again, for the third time, the referee has to tell Bohachuk to stop pushing Mendoza's head down in the clinch. Brian was in the corner, and he's able to use his jab to get out of there, but Bohachuk pushed his head down. Again, it's the third time he's done that. Now he's connecting with a hook. Mendoza's just allowing himself to get walked into the corner too easily. And Bohachuk is just going to town with these big hooks and uppercuts. And I think Mendoza should either be using his feet more or clinching, but instead he's trying to exchange, and that's not going to work, I don't think. Some blood coming from the nose of Mendoza as well. Bohachuk walking him down in the center. Brian Mendoza is trying to land this big right uppercut, but he hasn't connected so far. Now he tries to land an overhand right, but Bohachuk is actually throws the same punch, and he connects. Now he's got Mendoza against the ropes. Uppercut lands, hook lands, uppercut lands again. Bohachuk also hits Mendoza to the body. Brian Mendoza's face is getting increasingly bloody. He's bleeding from his nose, and he's taking a lot of shots here against the ropes. He is using hooks of his own to fire back with a minute left in round number 3, but he's spending far too much time sitting against the ropes and letting Bohachuk tee off on him. Bohachuk landed a hook there, and then he missed with another big right, but he landed a right hook there. Left hook and an uppercut from Bohachuk. Brian Mendoza is leaning in too much for my taste in these clinches. And he's looking increasingly tired as well. Not to mention bloodied. Brian Mendoza missed with a big overhand right. He's trying to use his jab to keep Bohachuk off him. It's not really working. Jab to the body from Mendoza. Left hook. Bohachuk's landing, though. Just walking Mendoza down. Misses with the uppercut. Hits with the left. Again, Brian Mendoza allowing himself to get trapped up against the ropes, and he's trying to exchange. He's got good, fast hands, Mendoza, but I don't think he has the same power that Bohachuk has. I'll tell you what, Bohachuk versus Tim Tszyu, I think, would be quite the fight, because Bohachuk's got power. He can fight on the inside, and he's not backing down. So if those two guys get in the ring together, I think it's going to be a war. What do you guys think of the fight so far? Well, Drummer, if the something, I appreciate that. Yeah. So I'll be providing commentary for the whole card, guys. So hope you will be joining me. It does look like something that the stoppage will be coming soon, but as Drummer says, Bohachuk, if his stamina doesn't hold up, then Mendoza has a chance in the fight still. Unfortunately, he's taking more and more damage, so that even if Bohachuk starts to gas out, Brian Mendoza's got to be careful that he's still around. Honestly, because at this rate, the stoppage looks like it could be not that far away. I like Brian Mendoza as well, but so it's not like I'm rooting for him to lose, but he needs to be more careful defensively, in my opinion. So we're underway in round number 4, and the referee is calling timeout. And I'm not sure what the issue was, but he's called time in again. He just sent them back to their corners again. I'm not quite sure what the issue was. And now round 4 is underway. Both guys exchanging in the center of the ring. Both guys landing some big shots. I'll say this for Brian Mendoza. He's not backing down at all. Bohachuk is coming forward, and Mendoza's trying to attack him to the body, and he's having some success. Now Mendoza clinches and holds on. He pushes Bohachuk back against the ropes. This has been a good section, actually, to open the round for Brian Mendoza. He managed to actually back Sergey Bohachuk off and clinch so that he didn't take too much damage on the inside. Bohachuk coming forward again. Mendoza, he's using his movement a little bit more here. He's against the ropes, but he's actually trying to move, use head movement, and get off the ropes, and he's moving his feet. And I say that just as Bohachuk connects with 2 shots on the open chin of Mendoza, and another, and those were 2 clean left jabs. A third jab now landing from Bohachuk, but Brian Mendoza is having a better round still. He's trying to use his feet. He's trying to move a little bit more. And Bohachuk is struggling just a little bit more than he was in the last round, although unfortunately for Mendoza, he's still getting trapped up against the ropes too often. He's a very tough man, Brian Mendoza. Possibly too tough for his own good. He just needs to move his feet a little bit more from my point of view. He's using his jab to the body, though. Jab again to the body. He's trying to tire Bohachuk out. So far, it hasn't worked, but we are only in round number 4. Another jab from Bohachuk with Mendoza up against the ropes. You can see Mendoza flinching every time he gets hit clean. It's clear to me that Bohachuk carries more power, at least at this point in the fight. Mendoza now backing off. Mendoza backing up, using his footwork. He's trying to land some shots to the body. He's really trying to work the body of Bohachuk. And Bohachuk's using his jab. He's using his jab to just pepper Mendoza to the head, while Brian Mendoza is trying to work the body. Nice jab straight down the middle, connects from Mendoza. Right hand connects to the body as well. Bohachuk with an overhand right connects. Bohachuk just coming forward relentlessly. Jab connecting for Bohachuk. Mendoza firing back to the body and using footwork. He gets himself out of the corner. That was good. That was good from Brian Mendoza. That's what he needs to do more. He needs to maneuver himself out of the corner with his feet, as opposed to just getting trapped and then trying to fight his way out, because that's not getting it done at this point in time. We got a 4-fight main card, by the way, guys, coming up. So in addition to Tim Tszyu and then Pitbull against Rolly, we've also got Erislandy Lara against Michael Zerafa, and then Julio Cesar Martinez against Angelina Cordova as well. So those are the 4 fights taking place on the main card, which is coming up in about 45 minutes time. Who I got winning by both events? Do you mean the main event or this fight in particular, Rod? Is Bohachuk tiring, drummer? Not really so far. I'll be honest. It doesn't look like he's tiring a lot so far. Mendoza used his foot movement a little bit better in that round, and Mendoza was he was going to the body noticeably. Anyone expecting? Oh, how are you doing, Myth Reindeer? Anyone expecting Lara to lose? What are the odds for that fight, actually? What are the odds for that fight? I'm not sure who the favorite is in that one. So we're in round number 5 here. Bohachuk is just walking forward relentlessly. As Drummer was asking, there's not really any sign of Bohachuk slowing down at this point, which is not good for Brian Mendoza. Brian Mendoza's stamina is holding up well himself, but he's just getting hit clean to the head too many times. Already, Mendoza has taken a sizable amount of damage, and we're only halfway through round 5. Bohachuk walking him down now in the corner. Mendoza manages to get out of that situation without taking too many shots, but Bohachuk he's really just walking forward and blasting Mendoza. And then Mendoza's just trying his best to use body shots, but it so far hasn't worked. And Bohachuk landed a couple of nice shots to the head there. Mendoza landed twice to the body, but they're in the clinch now. Mendoza actually pushed Bohachuk up against the ropes. That's the first time he's done that. He swung and a miss with a big left. And now Bohachuk's just walking him down again. Mendoza clinching, backing up, getting off the ropes. But Bohachuk's already walked him across the ring. Mendoza complaining to the referee about a rabbit punch. Mendoza's leaning in a lot with his head on these exchanges, and that's going to leave him vulnerable to an uppercut if he's not careful. Mendoza's face is marked up. His nose isn't bleeding that much anymore, but he's just trying his best to stay on the back foot and mainly just pepper Bohachuk to the body. He is connecting quite a bit, but so far, it hasn't slowed Bohachuk down at all. Bohachuk's pressure has just been relentless up to this point. Now we're less than halfway through the fight. Brian Mendoza trying to hit Bohachuk with some uppercuts to the body. Bohachuk coming forward relentlessly. Bohachuk landing on Mendoza. He's got Mendoza up against the ropes in the corner to end the round. Mendoza landed with a left hook at the end. He has got some power himself, but so far the visuals of Mendoza being up against the ropes frequently, it's not great, and I don't think it's going to be helping him on the scorecards at this point in time. Lara's that big of a favorite, huh? Okay. No, I'm not expecting him to lose, truthfully. But upsets happen. But no, I'm not expecting him to lose, to be honest. I think those odds are probably slightly wider than I was expecting, but I'm still expecting that Lara probably wins. So guys, Bohachuk here hasn't really shown that much sign or that many signs of tiring. The fight's been pretty high action though, so it feels like we're actually further in than where we actually are. We're just starting round number 6. So this is a 12 rounder, by the way, because it's an interim title fight for the WBO belt. And look, if Brian Mendoza wins this one, I don't think too many people, I'll be honest, will be clamoring for a rematch with Tim Tszyu. But if he does, you know, he will deserve it because he's in a lot of trouble with Bohachuk just walking him down, trapping him against the ropes. Mendoza's head got snapped back with an uppercut there. If Mendoza can't tire Bohachuk down or connect with a lucky shot, he's in trouble because there he is again, just getting pushed up against the ropes. Bohachuk on the break, he misses with a left. Connects with a right hand, though, in a 1-2 combination. Mendoza's getting hit on the chin, and he just falls forward, trying to buy himself some time, really. Mendoza's dangerous. I will say, when he gets trapped up against the ropes, he is dangerous, especially with his left hook. Bohachuk's getting hit on the side of the head with that left hook on the ear from Mendoza. So Mendoza's left hook and the uppercut, when he's up against the ropes, they are dangerous. But from my point of view, it's really Bohachuk who's got getting the best of these exchanges. We've got a minute and a half left in round number 6. Mendoza's bending over very low at the waist to try and get out of the way. But Bohachuk is just standing directly in front of him and unloading on him and just breaking him down from my point of view. At this stage, Mendoza's 2 chances are either hoping Bohachuk gets tired out or landing a big bomb. And that's not out of the question because, like I say, he is landing in these exchanges, but he's just really losing them in general on the harder punches and probably also the volume of punches which are coming from Bohachuk. Bohachuk has got Mendoza up against the ropes yet again. He's hitting him to the body. Mendoza's looking at the referee and he's trying to hold on. Now he's trying to use the jab to stop Bohachuk coming forward. It's not working. Mendoza's ducking low at the waist to try and get underneath these hooks, but he comes back up. He gets hit with hooks. He fires back, lands some hooks of his own. 30 seconds left in the round now, guys. Mendoza is just getting teed off on now at this point. Credit to him. He's firing back, but Bohachuk is landing clean. I will say this. Mendoza has a very good chin, seemingly, because he's eaten a lot of power punches. Both guys are in the center of the ring. Bohachuk nearly swung himself off balance there. He stumbled a little bit, but it wasn't from a shot. It looked at least like he basically threw himself off balance with a punch. So let's hear what Ismael Salas has to say in the corner of Brian Mendoza, because his man is not, well, we won't get to hear it actually because we're getting an interview with Rolly Romero. So never mind. Mendoza does have to take him into deep water, drummer. I agree. So far, though, it's not happening for him. Bohachuk, I've been very impressed with so far, actually. And like I said, I think that him against Tim Tszyu, I mean, I'd make Tim Tszyu the favorite, but Bohachuk is just going to come forward, I think, relentlessly in that fight. So it'd be a war as long as it lasted. Now, Tim Tszyu is a devastating body puncher. So I think if Bohachuk does have stamina issues, Tim Tszyu is going to expose them. But regardless, this fight is very interesting to me because Brian Mendoza, he's trying his best to work the body, and it's just not working. It's not tiring Bohachuk down out. So, hey, we're underway in round number 7 here, guys. So we've just crossed the halfway point of the fight. There's been quite a bit of action so far. So this has been a good one. Mendoza still starting the fight on the back foot. Gets hit with a left from Bohachuk there. Bohachuk is getting wobbled by these left hooks, though, from Mendoza. Just a little bit. When I say wobbled, you can tell the punches are affecting him. He's not just shaking them off with no effect at all. Mendoza again with that left hook. That's been one of Mendoza's best punches, as both guys are up close in the center of the ring. Both guys, Bohachuk in particular, trying to keep his guard close to his body, but Mendoza as well doing the same thing. He got caught with a couple of uppercuts straight down the middle, did Mendoza on the inside. Bohachuk landing a couple more shots as well. He snaps the head back with a hook. Brian Mendoza coming off the worst in this exchange. Bohachuk just bulldozing forward. Hooks connecting with the chin of Mendoza. Mendoza is trying to lean inside and land some body shots of his own, but Bohachuk is just teeing off on him here. A minute and 40 seconds left in the round now, guys. Mendoza landing with a jab. Bohachuk is walking forward and connecting with another jab of his own. Another jab. Bohachuk doubles up. Swing and a miss with an overhand right. Connects with an overhand right. Follow-up. So all those punches landed from Bohachuk, but Brian Mendoza is able to fight his way, or rather move his way out of that situation. Tries to connect with the jab. Immediately gets pressed up against the ropes. in the left-hand side of the ring. And Mendoza has just spent far too much time in this fight on the back foot, up against the ropes, with Bohachuk just coming straight forward. Mendoza has power. I mean, he stopped Fundora in the 7th round. But Fundora has a unique vulnerability to the overhand shots because of how tall he is in relation to everybody else that he fights. And so Bohachuk is completely different. He's walking forward behind a high guard, and it's making it hard for Brian Mendoza to land clean, except with the uppercut and with that left hook. Bohachuk lands again. I'll say this for Brian Mendoza. He has a good chin and a lot of heart. I think a lot of other fighters would have been at least knocked down by this point with the amount of shots that he's been taking from Bohachuk. So Brian Mendoza doing very well to survive this relentless onslaught. Bohachuk just coming straight forward, connecting with a jab on Mendoza. Mendoza's face is swollen up quite badly, or marked up rather, I should say, quite badly. And there is swelling as well. I believe his nose might be broken also. There's blood coming from the nose of Mendoza. Manny Robles is telling Bohachuk in the corner not to let Brian Mendoza hold him up close and actually get out of range and unload on him. And I think that's smart advice. What do you guys think of the fight so far? I have Bohachuk probably dominating on the scorecards. And it's also looking like he has a pretty decent shot at getting a stoppage as well. It's just that jab straight down the middle. Bohachuk's just got relentless pressure. And unfortunately for Brian Mendoza, who's got quite a bit of swelling on his face, Bohachuk has not really shown any signs of slowing down as we get round number 8 underway. So guys, this is the 8th round. Brian Mendoza needs to keep Bohachuk off him. He tries to go to the body with the body shot. He tries to come with some hooks to the head. Bohachuk just walks through everything, just coming straight forward and unloading on Mendoza. For those of you who can't see, the TV scorecard has the fight every round bar 1 in favor of Bohachuk. And Sergey has now got Mendoza again where he wants him, up against the ropes. So his corner told him not to let Brian Mendoza hold him in the clinches. And you are seeing Bohachuk now, when he gets up close, he's being patient and not just rushing straight to the inside. He's trying to stand far enough away that Brian Mendoza can't just clinch him. And that's allowing Bohachuk to at least be able to swing some shots in. They're not all landing, but he's trying to maintain his distance a little bit more, is Sergey. Sergey Bohachuk now coming forward. I mean, the guy is just a relentless pressure machine. No sign of stamina issues, just coming forward. And I don't know if some of that is because Mendoza's power is just not enough to keep him off him, because it's not like he hasn't connected. He has. But Bohachuk there just snapping the head of Mendoza back with repeated uppercuts that landed in a hook and another hook that landed as well. Mendoza's face is taking a beating. The referee again telling Bohachuk not to push Mendoza's head down. Bohachuk there just coming straight forward. As soon as Mendoza gets off the ropes, he just gets taken to the other side of the ring, backed straight up against a different set of ropes, and the procedure just repeats itself over and over again. Bohachuk walking Mendoza into the corner. Mendoza trying to fight out of it again. He's getting off the ropes. He's not just getting pressed up against the same ropes and beat on for the entire round. He is getting off the ropes, but only for about 10 seconds at a time, as he does connect there with a nice body shot on Bohachuk. Mendoza is definitely a warrior. He's got a lot of heart, and he's peppering in shots that are unfortunately just not powerful enough so far to have a serious impact in stopping Bohachuk. Bohachuk and Mendoza right up close. Both men Ooh, Bohachuk landed again there. Mendoza's now urging him forward with 5 seconds left in the round. Mendoza's trying to bait Bohachuk to come forward. Defiant Brian Mendoza ends the round, maybe coming off the better in that exchange, but Brian Mendoza's face is swollen up. Mendoza tried, it looked like, to hit Bohachuk low. At least it was a body shot that strayed below the belt. Bohachuk just kind of laughed it off, though, and kept coming forward. If there's one thing I would sort of complain about, or at least critique from Bohachuk's performance, is that he's probably taken a few too many shots. Bohachuk, I think he could also tighten up his defense, to be honest. Because even if he beats Brian Mendoza in this fight, if he doesn't tighten up his defense, he's going to be vulnerable against Tim Tszyu, who's a more powerful, vicious body puncher compared with Brian Mendoza. So that's who Bohachuk, I think, really he needs to be preparing. If he wins this fight, which it's looking like he's going to, then he's going to be preparing for his fight against Tim Tszyu. Round number 9 underway now. But Bohachuk just coming forward relentlessly. So again, if he wins this one, it will be the WBO interim title, or the WBC, anyway, one of the interim titles that he will win in this one. And that will make him one of the number 1 contenders for the winner of Tim Tszyu against Fundora, which will be Tim Tszyu, by the way, in case you're wondering. Although I'm very biased about that. Now, Mendoza connects with some nice body shots. Once again, though, he's up in the corner, and he is just doing his very best to get out of here. But Bohachuk is just relentless. Bohachuk probably landed 2 times the punches in that exchange that Mendoza did, and that's just how it's been the entire fight. Mendoza lands 2 shots, Bohachuk lands 6. I will say that Bohachuk either doesn't have one-punch power to just get guys out of there immediately with a single shot, or Brian Mendoza has an exceptional chin, or Bohachuk doesn't have one-punch knockout power at the elite level, because he's landed clean with a lot of big punches, and Mendoza is still on his feet. But, I mean, it's just becoming a systematic breakdown of Brian Mendoza at this point, with Bohachuk just walking straight forward. Like I say, the only real problem I think that Bohachuk has been probably one that he'll want to work on here is that he is getting hit quite a bit himself. His defense is not airtight. And he also, I think, like his trainer Manny Robles was saying, he's coming forward too much, and he's coming forward so much, rather, that he's getting clinched on the inside as well. But he's got Mendoza back up against the ropes here as well. Mendoza just eating shots for breakfast at this point. His face is marked up. His eyes look actually pretty okay, but his cheeks are swollen. His nose, I think, is broken as well. Brian Mendoza eats another uppercut and a hook. Brian Mendoza's blinking now because he blinked when he took that last hook from Bohachuk. 30 seconds left now, and Mendoza is doing admirably to maintain distance and stay on his feet, but it's just becoming one-way traffic from Bohachuk as he connects with an uppercut. Combinations as well. Brian Mendoza's face is very, very swollen on the left-hand side. Not his eye, but his face, actually, is very swollen on the left-hand side. His nose, I think, is broken as well. Bohachuk just teeing off on him in the corner. Mendoza, though, he uses that left hook to get himself at least out of danger temporarily as the round comes to an end. Let's hear what the trainers have to say. Manny Robles is telling Bohachuk to keep chopping wood and keep piling up the points. Telling him 3 rounds to go and just keep doing what he's doing, basically. They're also just telling him to be careful, and that's good advice, because Brian Mendoza is on his way to losing this fight on the scorecards, in my opinion. Make no mistake about it. But he's also still not out of it as far as being able to land a single power shot. And so if Bohachuk is complacent and actually just pretty much if Bohachuk just is so reckless that he gets caught with something big, clean, that's where he's going to potentially get himself in trouble here because Mendoza is still carrying his power. Mendoza's power hasn't completely gone. And so if Bohachuk, and we're underway in round 10, by the way, 3 rounds left to go. But if Bohachuk just walks into something, that's where Mendoza has a chance here still because he needs the knockout probably at this point. At the very least, he needs some knockdowns. Otherwise, Bohachuk's winning this fight on the scorecards for sure, I would imagine. Mendoza blinking now because he's getting worked over to the face. Bohachuk just having so much success connecting with the jab and the straight right hand to Mendoza's face, under his eyes, on his nose. He's got a broken nose, it looks like. Mendoza gets hit with an uppercut there, trying to come back and target the body of Bohachuk. At this point, I would say it's probably not going to be effective to just slow him down to the body because Bohachuk hasn't shown any signs of slowing down stamina-wise. He's been fighting pretty much at the same pace the entire fight, which is just coming forward, relentless pressure, and just bombs away the whole time. Bohachuk's trying to find the finishing blow as well because Mendoza has eaten every single shot and stayed on his feet so far. It's actually very impressive. Bohachuk has Mendoza in the corner. I don't know how Mendoza's actually stayed on his feet the whole time. I'm very surprised that he hasn't at least been knocked down once in this fight. Big jab connects straight down the middle. Brian Mendoza backing off. He's just backing up into the corner. He's ducking at the waist to get underneath these hooks from Bohachuk. Brian Mendoza just trying to survive in the corner. Now gets on his back foot again, just moving around the ring on the back foot. Brian Mendoza is in survival mode at this point, just trying to look for a big shot that can change the complexion of the round, but otherwise just trying to avoid taking much more punishment from Bohachuk. Mendoza doesn't seem to have the energy to exchange on the inside anymore either. It looks like Brian Mendoza's strategy now is shifting to just try to use body movement to avoid getting hit and then try and find something big which can change the fight for him. But his volume has decreased, has Brian Mendoza. It's noticeable, whereas Bohachuk's still probably fighting at about the same pace as he was before, but if anything, Brian Mendoza is the one who looks like he's tiring here, which he's got a broken nose, so he's probably having trouble breathing as well. One thing about Bohachuk, he's being more patient. So as we end round number 10 here, Bohachuk was being more patient at the end of that round. He walked Mendoza down, but it seems like they're being cautious in that corner not to walk into a big shot and throw the fight away when they're winning otherwise, and I think that's very smart. So now Ishmael Salas is just giving some instructions, and he's telling Brian Mendoza what I agree is that he needs to get one punch. He's telling Brian Mendoza that the left hook is the punch he can land. I agree. I noticed that earlier. The left hook. Who wins, Wardley or Clark? Andrew. Andrew, thank you for joining me. I'm going to say Fabio Wardley wins that one. I really like Fabio Wardley. I think he wins it. He might even stop Fraser Clark, but I think he probably wins the fight on points. The big problem for me is Fraser Clark's stamina. I do not think his stamina is where it needs to be, and I think that's an area where he's going to be in big trouble against Fabio Wardley. Who do you think wins that one? Wardley or Clark? Who have you got winning that one? So we are in round number 11, guys. 2 rounds to go in this fight. And if you're a Brian Mendoza fan, you need to be cheering your man on to land something big here, because Bohachuk is going to win this fight on points, and he is being more patient here. His relentless pressure is still the same, but he's being more patient in terms of not just blundering forward and allowing Mendoza to land something. Brian Mendoza, they just showed this TV scorecard, by the way. on the screen, and he was given 1 round by the broadcasters. So that gives you at least a taste of how one-sided the fight is likely to be if it does go to the scorecards. But Brian Mendoza is doing a little bit better here in round 11. He's getting some good work in these exchanges, and Bohachuk needs to be careful when he has Mendoza up against the ropes, because they already said in the corner they're looking to land this left hook to potentially basically be a big equalizer, and Bohachuk needs to be careful. He's coming forward. Both guys try and land big uppercuts. Brian Mendoza is just doing his best to avoid getting hit. Bohachuk has decreased his volume, by the way, a little bit. I don't know if that's through fatigue or because he's trying to basically be more careful with the shots that he throws. Both guys are in the clinch. Bohachuk pushes Mendoza's head down. We got a minute left in round number 11, guys. From my point of view, Brian Mendoza has 4 minutes left in this fight to get the knockout, but he is in trouble here against Bohachuk. He's against the ropes. Mendoza is using his movement. He's trying his best. He's trying to use his head movement, his body movement. He's ducking at the waist. He manages to get out of the corner, but not without taking a lot of punches, and gets pushed rather straight back into another corner. Bohachuk is pushing the head of Mendoza down into a position to land an uppercut, which he does connect with, but Mendoza fires back with an uppercut of his own. Defiance from Brian Mendoza here. He lands with the left hook. He throws a big swing and a miss. Brian Mendoza with a big uppercut here. Mendoza with the left and a right. Bohachuk acknowledges that he got hit, but Bohachuk is coming forward still. Mendoza gave it everything there, and Bohachuk just walks forward. Mendoza is now encouraging Sergey to just tee off on him. My goodness, Brian Mendoza is tough. I don't know how he stayed on his feet, because Bohachuk is just relentlessly teeing off on him. Brian Mendoza is tough, if nothing else. I mean, this is a guy who's gone the distance with Tim Tszyu in his last fight, and you can see why. So Bohachuk is in his corner, and Manny Robles is telling him quite correctly that Brian Mendoza is still dangerous, and he is. He landed a big uppercut and a big left hook. So those, like I said earlier in the round, are the punches that Brian Mendoza has in his arsenal. That right uppercut and that left hook. The right uppercut, the left hook. Those are the punches I think he's going to be looking to land in this 12th round, because make no mistake, Brian Mendoza needs a knockout. You have Fabio winning, Brendan. Okay, well, that would be interesting. Hirko, Fabio by TKO. Andrew, I appreciate that about the channel as well. So, guys, whoa, round number 12 underway. And this is not even on the main card. So if the rest of the fights are like this, we're in for a treat. But yeah, round number 12 underway, guys. Make no mistake, Brian Mendoza needs a knockout to win this fight. And Bohachuk just needs to avoid getting KO'd, and he's going to win this one on the scorecards. Brian Mendoza, swing and a miss. But he's going to give it everything. He is a warrior. Make no mistake about that. But Bohachuk, he doesn't care. He's just bulldozing forward. As tough as Brian Mendoza is, I mean, you have to say Bohachuk just seems immune to his punches. If you're rooting for Bohachuk, I will say you'd like him to tighten his defense up a little bit, because he's already been knocked out once in his career. He doesn't have an iron chin, but he just goes bulldozing in with his shoulder and tries to just pretty much push Mendoza up against the ropes and then tee off on him with uppercuts. The referee splits them up. We got 2 minutes left, guys, for Brian Mendoza to try and find something here, but it's Bohachuk who's got him up against the ropes. Bohachuk trying to look for a shot. Mendoza is trying to find the left hook rather, and he connects with it. Bohachuk, though, just getting the better of these exchanges. If I was Bohachuk, though, I would probably be just on the back foot at this point and coasting to victory. There's no need to be up close like he is, where he's going to potentially get caught with something. I think he's trying to get the knockout, but I think he's being needlessly courageous here, because Brian Mendoza is going to lose this fight if it goes to the scorecards. There's a minute and 20 seconds left, and Bohachuk is just giving Brian Mendoza's best chance to win. Brian missed with an uppercut there. A big uppercut, big right uppercut missed from Brian Mendoza, but he's trying. He's looking for that big shot with a minute left in the round. Ooh, big hook connected from Bohachuk. Bohachuk wants to get the knockout. He wants to get his 24th knockout in 24 wins here, guys. That's why he's doing this. He's connecting and unloading with uppercuts on Mendoza. Mendoza just getting lit up here with shots. He's firing back, though. Bohachuk really trying to go for this knockout here. Mendoza, his face on one side is about twice the size of the other side of his head. He's got that much swelling on his cheek. Bohachuk now, 30 seconds left in the round. He's got Mendoza where he's been perpetually for the whole fight, back up against the ropes. Mendoza twice tries to connect with that big left hook. That's the punch he thinks can end the fight. He goes to the body to try and open Bohachuk up to the head, but it doesn't work. Bohachuk pushes Brian Mendoza's head down. We got 15 seconds left. Desperation time for Brian Mendoza. He's throwing everything he's got. Bohachuk seemingly has an iron chin, at least in this fight. Even though he's been KO'd, he's just walking through everything here. Bohachuk ends the fight, basically pushing Brian Mendoza's head down and landing an uppercut. Whoa, Brian Mendoza is a tough man. But you have to say, Sergey Bohachuk dominated that fight for the most part with his relentless pressure. They know that he's won the fight. He's celebrating. Brian Mendoza, like I say, his face is just swollen. Not his eye. Bizarrely, his eye is actually not that bad, but one side of his cheek is twice the size of the other. But Bohachuk is just a big puncher who needs to tighten up his defense. If Bohachuk fights like that against Tim Tszyu, in my opinion, he's going to lose. But yeah, what a gladiator Mendoza something. I agree. Oh, okay, Andrew. So you haven't even, the fight hasn't even started yet for you. Okay, so that's unfortunate that the pre-show is not even airing in the UK. So yeah, I guess you've got to wait 15 more minutes. Well, I appreciate you tuning into my commentary as well. I appreciate all of you guys. What did you guys think of that performance from Bohachuk? I assume he probably wins this fight, but what did you guys think of his performance in this one? From my point of view, he was tremendously tough. He just needed to probably or does need to tighten up his defense a little bit. Other than that, though, I thought Bohachuk, I was impressed that his stamina, Drummer was talking about his stamina would fade, and it has in the past, but in this fight, it actually held up pretty well. So what did you guys think of Brian Mendoza? What did you guys think of Sergey Bohachuk? I'm not saying, to be clear, I'm not saying Bohachuk would beat Tim Tszyu. But I would say that just based on their respective performances against Brian Mendoza, I think you could make a case that Bohachuk did as effective, if not an even more effective job of essentially breaking Brian Mendoza down behind that relentless pressure. So if you compare the two performances, different fighters, Tim Tszyu and Sergey Bohachuk, but the same opponent, arguably for me, Bohachuk probably had the more emphatic victory, even though he didn't get the stoppage. I mean, he was just a relentless machine walking forward. So that was the last fight, by the way. Is anybody, just as an aside, is anybody planning to watch the Zurdo Ramirez Goulamirian fight tonight? Because I would love to see that one, but I hope it's not. I hope it's on after the Tim Tszyu main event. So if that's the case, I will carry on and stream that one as well. But I hope that they don't run at the same time, because I would like to watch that one as well live. The cruiserweight division is an underrated division, in my opinion. And I think that could be a good fight as well. It's just kind of gone under the radar because you got this one and then the one tomorrow as well, Fraser Clark and Fabio Wardley. But we're going to get the decision here from the judges. I don't think there's going to be much doubt, guys. Does anyone, surely none of you guys have Mendoza winning this one, I would have to assume. But yeah, let's just see what the judges have to say. So if you guys don't have the sound on or you're not watching it, I will read out what the judges, or I will repeat what the scores are. So 118, 110, 117 to 111. Okay. So it's a unanimous decision, and it's going to be Bohachuk. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So it's Bohachuk wins unanimous decision. The cards were, I think, pretty reflective of what happened in the fight. He was pretty dominant in the scorecards of all three judges, on the scorecards rather. And I don't think you can really argue with that, to be honest. If anything, I think one of the cards was maybe closer than the fight even was. But I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. The reality is that Sergey Bohachuk dominated the fight. He dominated the fight on the scorecards. So let's see what they're saying to Mr. Brian Mendoza, tough warrior there. What did he say? He's just saying so Brian Mendoza just says Bohachuk was the better man. I mean, you can see, guys, here, if you're watching, his face is literally twice the size on one side of his head, but he just says, you know, he has a great chin. He just said it was his pride and the fact that he was fighting in front of his family that made him stay on his feet. And I will say, like, guys, give a lot of credit to Mendoza. He was a real warrior in this fight, even though he lost. But yeah, he acquitted himself admirably as far as staying on his feet, for sure, 100%. He just couldn't move enough. He just couldn't move, and the problem was he wasn't able to move well enough, and he wasn't able to use his power well enough. Adam, Bohachuk's a beast. Yeah, I would be very interested to see. Actually, to be honest with you, Adam, I think that is a good call because number one, I think you're right. I think he could be a little bit bigger at 160, and also the 160-pound division is a little bit more wide open at the moment. Because I think in this weight class, I would still probably pick Tim Tszyu over Bohachuk on that performance. But the 160-pound division, I think, is kind of wide open, really. You have Yanni Beck, I think, holding 2 of the belts. And I don't know. I think Bohachuk might actually be better off moving up to 160. I agree. I don't think that's a bad idea at all, Adam Hurley. So thank you for your comment. What does Bohachuk say in his post-fight? So he dedicated his victory to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, and he dedicates his victory to Ukraine. And then they're just asking him what the other questions are. They're just asking him if he has anything else that he wants to say to the people in Ukraine. And he's speaking Ukrainian, so I'm not sure what he's saying. They'll translate in a second. But by the way, guys, we're a few minutes away from the main card starting up. We're 8 minutes, 9 minutes away from the start of the main card. He's just saying to the Ukrainian people, hold on, and they will definitely win. And he said that he dedicates his victory to the Ukrainian people. They're asking him if he was surprised by how tough Mendoza was. He says he could have done 12 more rounds. Bohachuk says he could have done 24 rounds in this fight. He said he feels like his stamina was that good. He said this was the best fight of his career so far. He said he wants to fight Tszyu or Fundora next. Well, I guess he is in line to fight those guys, so he's going to get his shot. Presumably, I don't know if that fight's going to be next, though, because I feel like if Tszyu wins and then he has the opportunity to fight, let's say, Spence or even Crawford, I feel like those fights would probably take preference over the Bohachuk fight. But Bohachuk is a beast. If he can tighten up his defense, or potentially if he even goes up, as Adam says, to 160, either way, I'll be watching his career closely because from my point of view, he pretty much put a beating on a very, very tough Brian Mendoza here. He said he wants to take on all the strongest fighters. They're asking him He says he was not really hurt when he got hit with a big uppercut in the 11th round. She was asking him if he was hurt, and he says no. I mean, he will say no, but he said he wants the winner of the main event next. Impressive performance, guys, from Sergey Bohachuk. So Ukraine gets the win here over Brian Mendoza from the United States and Cuba. But yeah, guys, what did you think of Bohachuk's performance? Impressive for me. I thought he was a beast. That's it. He said it was a good fight, his best fight, and I'm not disagreeing with that. So we got the main card coming up in 6 minutes time rather, guys. So the main card is going to comprise of only 4 fights. Obviously, Tim Tszyu against Fundora in the main event. And then on the co-main event, I guess, we're going to have Pitbull Cruz against Rolly Romero. And then we're going to have Zerafa against Lara as well. And then Cordova against Julio Cesar Martinez in the flyweight division. And that's going to round out the main card, I believe, for this one. I mean, Brian Mendoza, is a tough guy. And that's his 4th loss of his career. But, I mean, in a way, I don't want to say because losing is not good. You don't want to lose. And I don't want to minimize the fact that losing is not great. But at the end of the day, he lost to the top guy in the division in his last, or at least one of the top guys in the division. If you discount Charlo and you discount people who might move up or move down to this weight class, then Tim Tszyu and Bohachuk are 2 of the top guys in this division. And Brian Mendoza lost to both of them back-to-back. But he put in a heck of a performance in this one. He showed so much heart in this fight. So yeah, like I say, guys, the main card starting in 5 minutes time. The main event, Tim Tszyu against Fundora. Then we have Rolly against Isaac Cruz, which, by the way, I have an increasing suspicion that Rolly might actually spring the upset in this fight. I don't know. I have a feeling that he might hit Pitbull with something, because I think also Rolly, in my opinion, he's been effective at winding Pitbull up. Excuse me. And I thought at the press conference in particular, Rolly looked very confident. And Pitbull, I think he's very focused, but I think he's also wanting to prove a point. And I think that might be a bad thing in a way, because if he just comes forward and he's a bit reckless because he wants to hurt Rolly, then it increases the chance that Rolly stops him. So I don't know. I picked Pitbull to win, but I've got a feeling that Rolly might actually be able to do something unexpected here. So I haven't bet on that fight specifically because I have just a little bit of doubt when it comes to Pitbull and Rolly, and a little bit of a suspicion that Rolly might actually pull the upset off there. So I haven't bet on that one. And then we have Lara against Zerafa, with Lara being the favorite, as you guys said in the chat. And then for the WBC flyweight title, that's going to be the opener on the main card. Oh, these are all title fights actually as well. I forgot about that. So yeah. So Julio Cesar Martinez against Cordova, that's a title fight as well. So 4 fights, they're all potentially going to be as good or even better than the one we just saw. So I think we're in for a treat here, guys. Adam, you're rooting for Rolly. Do I think Fundora has any chance of knocking out Tim Tszyu? Yes, I do. Believe it or not, I think that Tim Tszyu is going to win this fight, and I think he's going to win it in dominant fashion. But I actually do think that there is a chance that Fundora knocks him out. I don't think it will happen, but I don't think it's completely outside of the realms of possibility, because Tim Tszyu has actually been knocked down against Goucher in his first fight in the United States, and it wasn't a big knockdown, and he got back and he won the fight. And I think Tim Tszyu is probably as tough and as determined as they come in this division. But the reality is that he is also a human being who can be hurt and he can be stopped. And especially on the inside, Fundora does have power. So I expect Tim Tszyu to win. I fully expect him to win. I think he is going to win, but I wouldn't bet my house on him winning. I'm not 100% sure that Tim Tszyu is going to win this fight. Brian Mendoza, unfortunately, though, he is not going to be in line to fight Tim Tszyu next, or Sebastian Fundora. So we're getting ready to head into the main card, guys. If you're rooting for Rolly, I think he is not a hopeless underdog in this fight. At 24-1, Adam, I agree. Bohachuk deserves to be talked about, and I think he will be. I think it's a shame that he didn't get onto the main card, though, because I think probably more people will have obviously seen him. And I agree, Adam. I think the Tszyu fight's going to be interesting. I think that's what makes it so interesting, though, is that Fundora probably will lose, but he's a live underdog. He has a chance to win. And number 3, he has a very exciting style. So even if he does what I expect, which is to get actually stopped by Tim Tszyu, while the fight lasts, I think it's going to be a very exciting fight, you know, while it goes on, basically. So we're getting into the main portion of the show, guys. Thank you all for tuning in and watching. The main card is just kicking off in 1 minute's time. So this one is airing live on Prime Video pay-per-view from Las Vegas. Now, the portion that we just saw was free for Prime Video subscribers. The main card, which is just going to kick off now, is on pay-per-view. And we're just getting into that now, guys. Tim Tszyu against against Sebastian Fundora. I appreciate that, Mythrandir. Thank you, people. Hit the like button. I appreciate that, Mythrandir. Pitbull smoked that loudmouth punk. Well, I mean, that could happen too. And I think the crowd is going to be really, really happy if Pitbull wins. I think they're going to be rooting for Pitbull. I know a lot of people like Rolly as well, though. But I think Pitbull is going to be the favorite from the crowd, I would have to guess. But I think Rolly is a live underdog in this fight, to be completely honest with you. And I'm not sure that he doesn't spring the upset, actually. I think the problem with Rolly is his skills just aren't that slick. But he's facing a guy who is going to be able to get hit and who does come forward, you know, relentlessly. And Rolly has power. You can't deny that he does have power. So it's going to be an interesting one, guys. The main pay-per-view portion of the card is just going to be underway right now. Let's get into it, guys. I'm super, super excited for this card. This pay-per-view I've actually probably more excited for than any of the cards in a while, really. I'm super, super looking forward to this one. It's the first card on Prime Video. Let's go. Oh, and happy Easter, everyone, as well. Because it's Easter weekend. Still daylight out in Las Vegas as we kick off the main card from T-Mobile Arena. We're getting it started with a promo package. Tim, the Soul Taker Tszyu. This showing some of his highlights, some of his highlight reel knockouts. Tim Tszyu, in my opinion, though, he is the real deal. He's a throwback fighter. And if he actually follows through and faces all of the guys that he's talking about fighting, then he is going to be, I think, earning the respect of boxing fans all over the world. But Sebastian Fundora, he's taking the fight on short notice. And it's an opportunity, really, of his career for him to get a shot at 2 titles and taking out the guy that many consider to be the next big thing at this weight class. And now we're getting a little bit of a promo for Rolly against Pitbull. Pitbull's just a very likable guy, I think, with his backstory. But Rolly's a character. A lot of people like him. He's done his best to hype up the fight, calling Pitbull Chihuahua Cruz. He had the Chihuahua chain at the press conference. I don't know if you guys saw that or you didn't see it. But Rolly Romero and Pitbull Cruz, could really be the main event, but on this card, it's the co-main event, and I'm excited for the whole thing. We're into the main pay-per-view portion of the show, just getting some clips of the weigh-in now. It's remarkable to me, the height difference between these two guys. It's remarkable to me that Fundora can get that thin and actually compete in this weight division. From my perspective, he should probably be bulking up and competing at least 175. He could probably, I mean, he could realistically, he could fight at heavyweight, but at least cruiserweight at that weight. I would love to know what Fundora actually weighs in the ring as well, because how he can get on the scales at 154, I mean, it's honestly a mystery to me. I just don't even really comprehend it. But happy Easter, Joe. And Mr. TJ, it's a tricky fight. Yeah, let's go, guys. Brian upset Sebastian, and Tim easily beat Brian. Yeah, that is true. So, I mean, if Tim Tszyu sleeps Fundora early, I will still be impressed by that, though, right? Like, even though I expect him to win this fight, I expect him to, but I'll still be impressed if he does. So, here we go, guys. 4 world title fights on this card. And there wasn't supposed to be 2 belts in the main event, but there are now. So whoever wins that one is going to be a unified champion. And I got to say as well, I like this main event, honestly, more than, it's nothing against Keith Thurman, but it's just because Fundora has such an interesting style. I think that him on short notice, it's not somebody that you can really prepare for very easily, because you don't bring in sparring partners to fight Keith Thurman that mirror a 6'6" inside fighting guy like Sebastian Fundora. So even though Tim Tszyu has got, to be a massive favorite in this fight, Fundora still, he presents a unique challenge. He has an exciting style. And I think that's what makes this fight can't miss, even if you think that you already know which way it's going to go, because it's going to be all action. And there's just that little element of doubt, at least from my point of view. So we're seeing a little bit of promo work still as well for both fights. Brian Custer's just giving us the particulars to start this card. But this fight, this card, guys, it's there's literally not a bad fight on this main card. They should all be competitive. They're all world title fights. And I really like that. I really like this format of just putting 4 big competitive fights. I think you could have put 5 on this card. The last one, I think, could have been on the main card as well. But just keeping it like that, where it's nice and compact, you just cut all of the fat off the card, and it's just going to be all action competitive fights. I think that is kind of exactly what we need here. So, guys, they're going to kick things off. It's going to be the first fight on the opening card, Julio Cesar Martinez against Angelino Cordova for the WBC flyweight title. So that's 112 pounds. And this is going to be the opening bout on the main card. I appreciate that, Greg. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your feedback and your compliments on calling the card. It's like I keep saying, it's kind of weird doing this on my own, because when you do it, professionally, not that I've done it professionally, but when you do, they have 2 commentators or maybe even 3 sometimes. So kind of weird, like trying to do the play-by-play and the color all on your own. But yeah, I'm doing my best. So I appreciate you guys bearing with me as well. I know it's not perfect, but yeah. So Martinez is the favorite here in this fight, guys. And I think he's probably going to get it done. Tim hasn't had very many fights. I agree. And he is improving, Mr. TJ. Mike Tyson did fight taller opponents regularly. That's true. Yeah, I agree. Mythbeer, you are correct in my book, as you often are, actually. But Thurman, I think Thurman was probably a bigger name and a worse fight, in my opinion, respectfully. And that's nothing against Keith Thurman personally, but I don't know. This fight has grabbed me more, in my opinion. That's true, actually. If Tim Tszyu knocks him out, somebody does need to say timber. Yes, Rod, I will do my best. I will try and have a good call. So, Mr. TJ, who is the next opponent for Tim if he wins? Well, I think it's going to be either Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford, or I guess Bohachuk now. I would, if I had to bet, I feel like the Errol Spence fight might be the one that actually happens, actually. Because they don't want Spence to fight Crawford again, I don't think. And I don't think Crawford probably really wants that fight either. And I don't know, because Crawford's been saying in some of his interviews that he basically essentially wants the biggest money fights possible. So I assume Crawford is probably trying to target Canelo. So for me, I will say Errol Spence, Charlo, or Bohachuk, probably the three most likely, and then maybe Crawford as well. So one of those four. If Sebastian wins, there will be a rematch. I would assume that there'll probably be a rematch. Yeah, most likely. Actually, if anybody in the chat knows, does anyone in the chat know if there is actually a rematch clause for this one? I don't know, but I assume there would. And yeah, Mr. TJ, I don't agree that, or I do agree that Tim is not ready for Bud. I agree with that. Roly poly. Yeah, exactly. There is a rematch clause, Mr. TJ. Okay, so yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that makes it pretty easy then. The next fight is gonna be a rematch then. But I don't think there will be. I don't think there'll be a rematch because I think Tim Tszyu is gonna win the fight. Oh, they put a rematch clause. I mean, yeah, because the other thing too, I guess, is that Fundora doesn't really have a ton of probably negotiating power at that point because he was a last-minute opponent, and so if he turned that fight down, all that would have really happened was they would have got somebody else, and then he would have missed out on his opportunity. So, you know, I can understand why he probably agreed to that, because better to have two fights against Tim Tszyu than not even get his shot at both belts. Yeah, Joseph, I personally agree that Crawford probably would beat Tim Tszyu at this point in time. I don't think the fight happens next, though. In my opinion, I don't think that happens next. If I had to bet, I would say Spence, actually. I feel like the Spence fight might be the one that happens next, because I don't think I don't think Charlo really wants that one, because if Charlo wanted the fight, he would have taken it when he had the chance, in my opinion. I mean, maybe he does, but he's also not been very active. And if anything, the Charlos have been, unfortunately, kind of the kings of inactivity. And if that continues, are they going to want to fight Tim Tszyu? I mean, maybe, but to me, I think Spence probably might be what happens next, and then maybe Bohachuk after that. But so we're just about underway, or ready to get underway in the opening fight of the main card, by the way. So we're just seeing the entrances here. Julio Cesar Martinez making his way to the ring against Angelino Cordova. This is probably, like, on paper, this is the worst fight on this card in the sense that it's the lowest ranked fight in terms of, I think, on BoxRec, if I remember correctly. But I mean, not that that's like an official determination of how good a fight is, but still, it's a good fight, and I think that says a lot about how good this card is, that this is sort of, in quotes, the worst fight on the card, because I think this one should be a good one as well. Yeah, Nikita had a well, it was really probably one of the better fights of the year that not that many people watched, actually. Charlo took the Tim fight. He got injured and offered Canelo. Well, that's true. I mean, if he wanted the bigger payday, that's true. But I mean, it's easy for me to say, but it would have been nice to see that fight happen in the ring. So about the flyweight bout, guys, this one is for the WBC flyweight title. So I will be doing commentary over the fight once it gets underway. So basically, we have Julio Cesar Martinez, who's coming into this fight at 20 wins with 15 knockouts and 3 losses, and he is fighting out of San Diego, but he's representing Mexico originally. And then you have Cordova. If I remember correctly, he's 18-0. Oh no, that's not true. Actually, he has one draw on his record, so he's 18-0 with a draw. And he's got 12 KOs, fighting out of Venezuela. Now, this fight, like I say, is actually ranked as technically the least competitive fight on the card. But they have blocked all the streams. Oh. All right. Well, you guys will have to tune in and watch mine or pay for the pay-per-view. I appreciate that, Huckleberry. Thank you very much. So yeah, so guys, we're just getting underway there. Jimmy Lennon Jr. is just giving the introductions here of both fighters. So we're just moments away from the actual fight itself getting underway. The referee is just going to give out his final instructions here. Let me see if I can just if I can just give you guys the commentary here. We'll get this fight underway, and it's going to be a good one. Martinez, by the way, is being trained by Eddie Reynoso, who, if you guys tuned in last night or if you watched the card on ESPN, you saw Oscar Valdez get an impressive victory over Liam Wilson. So Eddie Reynoso pulling double duty as a trainer this weekend on that card and on this card as well. Obviously, he's the trainer of Canelo. So, guys, the referee is just giving the final instructions. He's just showing where the belt lines are. Martinez is the favorite, by the way. Yes, he is the favorite. He's a minus 300 and minus 300 favorite, something like that. Somebody, if anybody remembers the odds, what kind of a favorite Martinez is, just let me know in the chat. We are underway now in round number 1, guys. Let's go. All right. So round number 1 is underway, guys. Martinez against Cordova. So both guys in the center of the ring. Both guys trying to take control of the center of the ring. Like I said, Martinez is the favorite, something like minus 300. If anyone remembers exactly, they can put the odds in the chat. But Martinez is wearing black trunks with gold. Cordova, he's wearing red trunks with gold. Cordova lands some nice body shots on the midsection of Martinez. Cordova's on the back foot, and he is trying to use his footwork. And then once Martinez, whoa, big exchange there, guys. Both guys letting their hands go in the center of the ring. Cordova's looking good so far. He's fighting on the back foot, but when Martinez closes the distance, Cordova's letting his hands fly. All right. Martinez, though, he's not backing down. He's trying to walk Cordova down. The bigger volume of punches, though, it's coming from Cordova. Martinez is just walking forward, and he's not throwing any shots. There he does. He lands a jab there. But it's really the speed of the counters from Cordova that's the big factor in this first round. So we're through 2 minutes of the first round. Oh, big left hook connected from Cordova. He's been on fire to start this first round. Cordova's the underdog. He goes down to the body and he goes to the head and he connects with everything. Martinez, he's just walking forward, but Cordova, whoa, body shot and a head shot, body shot and a left hook. Both landed, 2 shots clean, and another jab from Cordova. Cordova doesn't seem to realize that he's the underdog, and he doesn't care because he is lighting Martinez up with combinations whenever Martinez closes the distance. Martinez trying to walk him down, but he's just being really lackadaisical with his defense. He's just coming forward, and his defense, his hands are low, and he's just getting caught with shots. Not a good start to the fight from Martinez, the favorite. Cordova, the challenger, he definitely looked the sharper of the two in this opening round. Martinez Not looking like he will have wanted to. He needs to pick it up a bit, guys. Eddie Reynoso is in the corner here, and he's going to have to wake his man up a little bit. He's going to have to wake his guy up a little bit because that was not a sharp opening to the round by any means. But yeah, guys, not what we really wanted to see from my point of view if you were rooting for Martinez. Sam, how you doing? They do look like brothers, Rod. I agree. Mr. TJ, so you're from close to Jai Apataya. Well, Jai is one of my favorite fighters out there at the moment. So I am from the United States, Mr. TJ. And yes, they need to get that jab going. Cordova hasn't missed a punch all fight. Yeah, JYD, I appreciate that. It is a good night of boxing. Cordova is showing no respect. And G-Up, I appreciate that. Thank you for reminding everyone. Please hit the like button. Round number 2 is underway. So Mr. TJ, Martinez is from Mexico and Cordova is from Venezuela. Cordova is the challenger and the underdog as well in this fight, but he's definitely not fighting like it. So we're in round 2. After that impressive first round from Cordova, Martinez fires off some shots to the body. Cordova snaps back with a jab. Cordova is not intimidated at all by being the underdog in this fight. Martinez landed with an uppercut on the chin of Cordova. Martinez, he lands a couple of shots there. He's waking up a little bit, but his hands are still just very low as he comes forward. Cordova is just having his way, exchanging by going downstairs and then coming upstairs. And Martinez is just leaving his chin too open, in my opinion. Cordova tries to hit the uppercut, and he does. Martinez fires back. Cordova is just very impressive through 2 rounds with the way he's been able to keep his composure and be very precise with his shots. Having said that, Martinez comes forward and he throws a couple of left hooks. Cordova goes back to the body now. Cordova's just, like I say, very composed with his shots. He's swinging. He's letting his hands go. He's fighting at a fast pace, but they're counter shots, and he's beating Martinez to the punch, but he's not just being wild and just throwing haymakers and leaving himself open. Cordova's doing an impressive job of actually getting out of the way. And Martinez and Cordova are in the clinch on the inside. Martinez gets hit with a jab and another jab. He misses with a jab of his own. Cordova dancing around the ring, using his back foot counters, and things are looking good for him so far. It's too early to say for sure. It's definitely too early to say that Martinez is out of the fight, but Cordova's looking sharp. Martinez is looking like he's kind of sleepwalking forward here and not looking as sharp as the challenger, to be honest. Nice shot landed from the end of the round, at the end of the round, by the way, from Cordova, or rather from Martinez, and then a jab landed at the end from the challenger. So I appreciate that, Rod. Yeah, trying my best here to do some good commentary so you guys know what's going on. What part of Mexico? I don't know, actually. And I agree. I don't, if anyone knows exactly what part of Mexico Julio Cesar Martinez is from, chime in the chat. But from my point of view, the score would be 2 rounds. I would probably give both of those rounds to Cordova, to be honest with you. It's been good action. The defense, you're right, it hasn't been the slickest, but it's been good action so far. So I'm not complaining about this card. It's good action, and yeah, lack of defense a little bit, especially from Cordova, or rather from Martinez. But exciting action for sure. Okay, guys, round number 3 is underway, and Cordova comes straight forward, and he gets put down. Whoa! Cordova came straight forward. He landed a jab, and he got put straight down with a straight shot right between the guard. Martinez put Cordova down. It wasn't a hard knockdown. Cordova's back on his feet, but he definitely hit the canvas. He looks fine. He doesn't look seriously hurt. But it just shows he's got to be careful because he got put down with a straight shot from Martinez. And now he's down again. He's down again. Cordova is down again. Martinez, out of nowhere, hit him with a straight shot, put him down. And now about 15 seconds later, he's put him down again. So Cordova has been knocked down twice in this round, and he is going to be in trouble here now. Martinez is coming forward with pressure. He's just swinging wildly. Cordova's running around the ring, literally almost running around the ring. He's on his bike, and he's backpedaling as fast as he can, trying to get out of the way. Martinez is trying to finish the fight. He's coming forward. Cordova fires back with a hook, though. Cordova and an uppercut as well. He's trying his best to keep Martinez off him. Shots being fired in from Cordova. Now Martinez has got to be careful because he's still coming forward with his guard very low, and he's susceptible to getting countered with something, but he is just coming forward, swinging in those big hooks. He's got 1 minute and 19 seconds left, and he is trying his best to finish Cordova here. Cordova looks like he's got his legs still back under him to some extent. He's not wobbling all over the place, but he's definitely on his bicycle, and he's backing up. And he's in trouble here, guys. This is an action-packed fight for sure, and this is going to be a dominant round for Martinez at the very least. If Cordova doesn't get stopped here, he's got 50 seconds left. He needs to, I think, get on his bike and backpedal for the rest of the round, not put himself. Whoa, big shot. Almost landed from Martinez, but it caught Cordova on the glove. Otherwise, that might have been it. Cordova missed with an uppercut. Guys, if you're not watching this fight live, you are missing some very good action. Martinez and Cordova in the clinch. Cordova, he needs to try and hold on here. 13 seconds left in the round. Martinez is going to try and land something big at the end here. I'm sure he's got 5 seconds left to do it. Cordova goes to the body and goes to the head. So Cordova's going to make it out of the round, but that was a very, very scary round for the challenger. Ew, wow. It just shows you how quickly this fight can change, right? Because Cordova was looking pretty good for the first 2 rounds, and then he just got put down with a straight jab. It was literally a straight left jab down the middle, and it just hit Cordova straight on the chin. He went down, and yeah, it wasn't even a straight right. It was literally just a big, stiff jab down the middle. And Cordova's legs buckled. He went flying backwards. He used the ropes to spring back to his feet. But, guys, Cordova is got to be very careful here because he got just absolutely put on his backside by the jab. Got to be honest, I didn't see that coming at all. So we're in round number 4, and it's all action to start this round. Cordova comes firing out, swinging. Martinez fires back. That jab from Martinez gets through again. Cordova, he went for an uppercut, and he missed. Uppercut connects, but not solidly because Martinez had his glove in the way. A hook connected, though, on the chin. Cordova's still on his back foot. He's still countering Martinez, and Martinez is just coming forward. Don't be surprised if either man gets knocked down, honestly. Both guys are just swinging leather. From an entertainment point of view, if the whole card is like this, I mean, it's going to be pretty exciting. Martinez is just coming forward. He's just throwing those hooks. Cordova's backing off now. There's still 2 minutes left in this round. There's still 2 minutes left in this round, and anything could happen at this point. Martinez gets his head snapped back by a right hand. Cordova's using some good head movement. He's looking like the shorter fighter. I don't know if he actually is, but he looks like the shorter fighter in terms of how his stance is as he gets connected on the chin with a couple of shots from Martinez. Martinez is there to be hit, but it's just been those 2 jabs. Oh, right hand connected there as well from Martinez on Cordova. Cordova's just got really fast hands himself, though, and so every time Martinez throws a shot, Cordova's coming back. Martinez chases Cordova back into the ropes. Cordova kind of like springs off the ropes, basically, and it allows him to get out of harm's way, but Cordova's trying to back Martinez off in the middle of the ring. He's trying to use his uppercut and his straight right hand to push Martinez back, trying to pry his guard open, basically use his jab, or rather his right hand like a can opener, try and pry that guard of Martinez open. And Martinez is just coming forward, and he doesn't seem to care about defense that much. But when you've got punching power in your jab that can put the opponent down like that, I guess you can understand why he's not that worried. He's just keeping his hands really low and loose. And he's got heavy, heavy hands, Martinez. There's 30 seconds left in number 4 here, guys. Cordova came forward and he landed a couple of nice combinations. He throws a right and it just goes right into the gloves of Martinez. A hook from Cordova also hits the gloves. Martinez comes firing back. It looked like he connected a few times. We got 10 seconds left in the round. Cordova connecting with a jab there. So however way you look at it, guys, Cordova, even if he won those first 2 rounds, which he might have, he definitely lost probably, I guess, a 10-7 round in round number 3. And then in the 4th round, I'd say he probably lost as well. So on points, Cordova is now quite a bit behind. But yeah, guys, so I'm just catching up on some of the comments, and this has been a pretty all action fight at this point, guys, and I'm impressed. Yeah, I think so. I think Mr. TJ, I appreciate that, Josh Jones. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. And thank you for all the likes, guys, as well. I see there's a lot of likes on this stream. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. But that was a big turnaround, as I'm Your Huckleberry said. Mr. TJ, thank you. Okay, so he's from Mexico City, rather. Thank you. But yeah, basically Cordova was, in my opinion, he won those first 2 rounds, and then everything just turned around when he got put down in the 3rd. And after that, it's been Martinez who I think has the edge. So we're in round number 5 now. Martinez is coming forward, and Cordova is still having success. Like, don't get me wrong. Cordova just hit him there again. He hits him again and again. And he's finding Martinez's chin quite regularly, but Martinez is just coming forward. He's urging Cordova to just hit him again. Martinez just doesn't seem to care either. Like, it seems like getting hit on the chin's actually firing him up more, if anything. Which I think is debatable what kind of a smart strategy that is, but hey, it's working for him. Martinez just connected there, and he just sent with a jab, and he just sent Cordova straight onto his back foot, backing up, walking around the ring. You can see the heavy-handed shots coming from Martinez. Cordova is in trouble here, guys. Cordova's going to go down. Martinez is teeing off on him. He hasn't gone down yet, but it's looking like he very well could. Cordova, he was kind of held up there almost, it looked like, but he was in trouble. He's on his back foot again. Whenever Cordova gets on this back foot and he gets hurt, Martinez just comes rushing in with those big hooks. And Cordova is just on his back foot, and he's literally running away. He tried to land a big overhand right there, and he missed. Connected on the gloves there of Cordova. Cordova's backed up against the ropes, but he's just coming forward and forward, and he got his chin popped back with an uppercut and another shot and another jab. All these shots landing from Cordova, but it's just doing nothing to Martinez as far as keeping him off him. What a fight this is, guys. And Martinez is just relentlessly coming forward. And Cordova's going to be in trouble because he's got to be able to have the power to get Martinez respect, and it's not working so far. Cordova's got fast hands. He's got movement. In some respects, I think Cordova has better technique than Martinez. He probably has better footwork, actually, but Martinez has just got heavy hands and a very, very good chin as well. And the problem with being a mover, a good boxer with slick skills, is it's all for nothing if the other guy can literally just walk right through you and you can't keep him off. And that's a little bit what's happening here. The fast hands of Cordova being neutralized to some degree by Martinez's just ability to just walk straight through his punches. 10 seconds left in the round. It's a hard round to call because Cordova probably landed. He landed a lot. I don't know if he landed more, but he landed. It was pretty close, I think, in terms of who landed more shots, but it was just a big difference in power coming from Martinez. And Eddie Reynoso has got to be, I think, very happy with how his man is recovered. And if you're in the Cordova corner, not so much, I would think. Not so much, from my point of view. But you guys, if you can't see this fight, it's a heck of a fight. Yes, that's true, actually, Mr. TJ. That is true. And Rod Brown, R.I.P. Edwin as well. And that is true. And you do have to respect the power, Rod. You're absolutely right. Martinez is just a machine. Not a defensive machine for sure, but he's an offensive machine. He's kind of just like a buzzsaw. Round number 6 is underway here, guys, as well. If you are just tuning in and not actually watching the fight live, the Mexican champion, the Mexican champion is looking increasingly impressive here. But Martinez is now ahead, I think. He's won every round apart from the first round and maybe the second, but he's definitely won the last 3, I would say. Round number 4 here, or round number 6 rather, is very similar to the last round in that Martinez is coming forward. Cordova is still on the back foot and just trying to beat Martinez to the punch. But it's not really doing a very effective job of keeping Martinez off him. And as a result, Martinez is able to walk forward. He's just blocking enough of the shots to avoid getting in serious trouble. And then he's pretty much just trying to unload with hooks. And eventually, I think he feels like he's going to put Cordova down again, and maybe it will be for good that time. It's Martinez's power and his chin that are his biggest assets here. I mean, at the end of the day, if you have a really good chin and you got power and you can just walk through the opponent, that's a very difficult combination to deal with unless you're an exceptional boxer. And Cordova got clocked there with a left hook, and he is fighting back, but he got rocked with that left hook from Martinez. Credit to Cordova. He's still trying his best here. He lands a couple of jabs straight through the guard of Martinez. Look, defense is not Martinez's strongest attribute, but he rocked Cordova with a left hook, and he hit him again there. Cordova, when he's against the ropes, when he's cornered, he's got fast hands. He's dangerous. But, guys, Martinez is just a beast coming forward. He's just relentless. He's got power. He's willing to exchange. And you can see Cordova's face. He just looks more frantic in his face. Whereas Martinez is very calm as both guys throw hands to end the round. Martinez just looks so laser focused. Whereas Cordova Looks like there might have been a hit after the bell from Cordova. After the bell, Cordova hit Martinez, and the referee warns him not to do that again. It wasn't a massive shot, but he did tell him not to do that again. So we're hearing Rolly Ramirez being interviewed in the changing room as well. What has he got to say? Rolly says he's going to win by knocking out Pitbull by punching him in the face, which is a very direct and a simple strategy. And I will say this, Rolly is a crude fighter, but as we're seeing in this fight, the crude fighter can actually win if he can just walk through the shots and just beat the other guy to the punch, or not even beat him to the punch, but just beat him into submission, basically. That's a little bit what's happening there. But no, there's not much clinching in this fight. This is a 12-rounder, Mr. TJ. And no, it's not a 16-round fight. I'm not sure where the winner goes after this one. But yeah, it's not a 16-rounder. I think for both guys, it's a good thing that it's not a 16-rounder, honestly, because if it was and they lasted that long, because we're only in round 7 here, and Martinez is just coming forward again. He rocked and staggered Cordova. Cordova holds on. He's looking worse. I'm just going to be blunt about it. Cordova is looking more frazzled. He's looking more, I don't want to use the word intimidated, but his face is busted up now. He's looking just a little bit less comfortable in there than Martinez is, who just comes forward winging shots. Even when Martinez gets hit clean on the chin like he did there with 2 left jabs, and then he got hit with a hook, he got hit to the body. His face doesn't really change. And again, Martinez just getting worked to the body. But Cordova's face, he just looks a lot worse. Martinez is just not respecting Cordova's punching power at all. Martinez just coming forward and looking to land a big hook to get Cordova on the canvas again. It's like these punches from Cordova that are landing on Martinez are not even doing anything, and they're hard shots. They're hard shots, and Martinez is not a defensive master by any means. He's getting pretty much lit up at will by Cordova, but it's just not doing anything. Cordova's probably landing, 2 or 3 times as many punches in some of these exchanges, but Martinez, he's just landing the heavier, more effective shots. And it's just also the face of Cordova. It's hard to overlook the fact that he just doesn't look good. He looks like he's struggling in there. He connects with a left and a right. It's just not affecting Martinez at all. More shots connecting from Cordova. I will say, as he gets more and more volume in this round, it looks like he could actually have a chance of winning this round. But Martinez, just relentless pressure. He missed with a big right hand there, but Cordova fires back on the chin. This might actually be a Cordova round if he can keep this up and not get hit with anything big. But Martinez, it's almost like maybe he's having a round off here, but Martinez is still managing to be a dangerous threat, and Cordova can't take a second off here. Cordova on his back foot. Martinez coming forward to end the round. Cordova got clipped. Martinez got clipped. Both guys landed hooks at the end of the round, and another good one here, guys. Another one. Could Romero or Cruz step up to welterweight in the future, or could they fight Crawford or Spence? Well, I'm going to be completely honest and say I would not really rate Rolly's. Well, truthfully, I don't think either of them would beat either of those guys. So I don't think Romero or Cruz probably would beat either Crawford or Spence, in my opinion, Mr. TJ. Now, I think that Cruz is too small probably to go up much further than he is now because he's only 5'4", and I know obviously Mike Tyson fought, at heavyweight at being under 6 feet tall, but still, Pitbull looks relatively big, relative to his height, even at this weight. So I don't think he can go that much further up the weights. And for Rolly, I think his problem is going to be, to be blunt, his skill set. in my opinion. I'll catch up with the comments after this round, guys. I appreciate you all. Cruz is big as he is. Yeah, I agree. I don't know how much bigger he could get, Rod. I don't know how much bigger he can get, truthfully, and not become too big, because that is a possible thing as well. You can be too big. You can be too muscular or too fat, and then your stamina is not looking so hot. Now, we're in round number 8, guys, and Martinez has actually been cut on the left side of his face. On the left side of his, on the right side of his face, rather, and on the right side of his eye. So it's not directly above his eye. I think it was from one of those big hooks that Cordova's been throwing, but Martinez is cut. It's the hand speed really that's been affecting Martinez in the last round and in this round. Cordova probably, in my opinion, I think he probably won that last round, round number 7. But the TV scorecard is actually giving it to Martinez, which, just commentating on it, I kind of disagree with that. But as that is, be that as it may, rather, Cordova is giving Martinez problems with his volume of punches at this point. Martinez needs to really be careful that he doesn't get outworked too much in these rounds, because depending on how the judges have scored the fight, it's probably Martinez to win on the scorecards, but he does have to be careful. The volume of punches coming from Cordova is causing him problems, and he is cut and he is busted open on the side of his face. And that's probably going to get worse, because that jab from Cordova is just getting through. The hook's getting through as well. Martinez is a tough man, but that cut is probably going to get even worse before this fight is over, just because of the vulnerability that Martinez has defensively. Cordova tries to light him up there, but big swing and a miss from Martinez. He almost put himself on the canvas just from missing. Cordova is clowning Martinez. Cordova is clowning Martinez now. He's swinging his arms. He's winding up his punches. But he got hit straight on the chin by a straight right hand. I don't know how smart that was. It looked flashy, but it didn't really do anything effective. Cordova, though, is working Martinez over at this point. He looks a lot more confident. Cordova's got to be very careful, though, because Martinez is just coming forward relentlessly. And Cordova can't get carried away doing this flashy stuff when Martinez only needs to hit him with one shot to put him down. Martinez is urging Cordova forward. Cordova is obliging. He hit Martinez with 3 shots at the end of the round. That was the worst Martinez has looked in a little bit, because he swung with a big right hand and he knocked himself off balance. And then Cordova literally spun his fist around. He really wound up on his shot. And then he hit Martinez to the body. And then he did a dance. He did a little shuffle. He was really clowning Martinez. Hit him with a combination. And he got out of range. And it was not a good look for Martinez, to be honest. But, yeah, Tank against Pitbull again would be an interesting fight. Dave, how are you doing, Dave? And nice to see you again. I think there's going to be, I think you might be right. Yeah, Liam Wilson yesterday, that was a shame. Zerafa, I don't know if Zerafa's going to win. Tim Tszyu is definitely going to win, though. We'll see, but yeah, that was a shame about Liam Wilson last night. He did well until he unfortunately decided to exchange too much, and he got stopped. And anyway, we're in round number 9 here. So the cut's been closed up. The bleeding has been stopped for Martinez temporarily. But it's going to open up again because he just got hit with a big left hook straight away. Some exchanging going on. Both fighters probably feel like they can still win this one. Cordova goes to the body of Martinez. It's the hand speed and volume of punches. Cordova's really improving in that area, but Martinez is going to be dangerous until he's literally nailed to the canvas, just because he's seemingly impervious to pain and punishment, and any of these shots coming from Cordova for every 3 shots he lands, they just don't really do anything. Martinez is pretty much fought at the same pace, and then he goes lunging forward with those big hooks. Martinez is looking like he's bleeding more, but it's just not really affecting how he's fighting. It's also not going into his eye either. It's just dripping down the side of his face, so I don't think it's actually affecting his vision very much. Cordova's just teeing off on Martinez there. These have to be Cordova rounds, I would think. Cordova is just teeing off on the exposed face of Martinez. Martinez literally blocking the punches with his head, it seems like. So I think that Cordova has got to be, I think, winning some of these rounds in here. Martinez looking to slow, or looking like he's slowing just a little bit now. He's still trying to find that big hook or a big jab or some big shot, but it looks like he's slowing just a little bit. Martinez, it looks like he's being a little bit more patient and picking his shots a little bit more selectively. He's still capable of big explosive hooks and uppercuts like he lands there. And Martinez has got to be really careful, or rather, Cordova's got to be really careful, but Martinez is bleeding more profusely than he was a minute ago. Cordova's trying to target that area with a hook, but it glances against the gloves of Martinez. Cordova on his back foot, unloading with a combination to the body. He goes to the head. Martinez, though, he comes lunging in with big shots. 10 seconds left, 5 seconds left in the round now. Final bell goes. The referee is very quick to separate them at the end of the round just to make sure that there's no more punching after the bell. But Erislandy Lara against Michael Zerafa is going to be coming up next. I have to tell you guys, I didn't think this fight was going to make it as far as it has after we saw Cordova get put down twice in one round. It was looking like the fight was not going to be so hot. But instead, it's actually trending in Cordova's direction, actually. Oh, Michael Zerafa's from your hometown. All right. Yeah, Dave, I agree. I did not know, by the way, that there was bad blood between Tim and Zerafa. I did not know that, actually. What is it over? Oh, okay, so Zerafa's always saying stuff about Tim Tszyu. Okay. Okay. Most Aussies don't like Zerafa. Okay, but you're supporting him in this one. Well, I always support the underdog, so I'm kind of rooting for Zerafa as well. Rolly by KO. I don't know, guys. I have a feeling Rolly is going to lose, or rather, I have a feeling that Rolly might actually pull this off, even though I picked Pitbull to win. I don't know. So we're in round 10, guys. Round number 10, and it feels like a borderline miracle that this has actually got as far as it did, because both these guys have eaten big shots. Martinez in particular has a very, very impressive chin, but Cordova has impressive recovery powers as well. I'll say that. Cordova now trying to work on that open cut with trying to use his jab and just make that cut even worse. He lands another jab. Martinez is coming forward in a straight line. Cordova is circling around him, and he's trying to land hooks and jabs, and he's trying to target that cut. Martinez there uses his own jab, and he gets through, and he connects. Cordova triples up the jab, but he hits the gloves. Martinez and Cordova exchanging big shots. Martinez and Cordova exchanging big shots. Martinez gets hit on the chin there, and his head gets snapped backwards. Cordova's looking increasingly confident. But I think the thing with Cordova is he can be knocked down at any time, as we've seen already. And so he has to be very careful here. that he doesn't get overconfident, because I also believe he's probably still losing the fight on points. But Martinez is just coming forward relentlessly. I feel like I've said that a lot, but it's because it's happening a lot. But Cordova just refusing to let Martinez have a moment's rest. His hand speed is very, very hard to deal with. Cordova has the less effective punches, but at some point that volume is just going to add up. It looked like Martinez was hit with a headbutt there, actually. I think it was an accidental headbutt, but it looks like it's actually opened Martinez up again. It's hard to tell because he has his back turned, but it looks like Martinez actually got opened up on the other eye. And they're bringing the doctor in to have a look at it. It looks like Martinez, yes. So Martinez is now split open above his left eyebrow. That one looks like it's more severe, actually. Ooh, actually, guys, that's quite a deep cut. They're going to look at that between rounds. There's only 23 seconds left in round number 10, but that cut above the left eye of Martinez, it's significantly worse than the one on the right side. It's much deeper, and it's also directly above his eye. So the blood is pouring into Martinez's eye from that cut on the left side. He's now opened up on both sides of his head. There's 9 seconds left in the round. Cordova tries to exchange, or rather tries to get off some shots, but he misses. Martinez is showing no regard for his own safety. He's an exceptionally tough fighter. Both these guys are warriors, but the corner for Martinez is going to have their work cut out for them now. They've got to get this bleeding under control. They've got to get this bleeding under control, and they got to do it fast. Hard to tell with Eddie Reynoso in the way, and they've got the towel over his face, how badly exactly that cut is. Actually, they're working on the original cut just as much as the new one. It was a clash of heads that caused that, I believe. So let's see. Yeah, so it was a headbutt. It was an accidental headbutt that opened Martinez up the second time. But like I say, it's a deep cut. And worse than that, it's directly above the eye. So it's just all pouring blood into his face. Alan, you're heading to the casino for Rolly Ring Walk. Do I know what time they start? So there's this fight is going to be over, and then there's going to be, I'm thinking about 9:30. No, not 9:30. Probably in about an hour's time for the next fight. I would say probably about an hour's time, just to be on the safe side for the Rolly fight. And by the way, guys, I'll catch up on the comments in a second, because round number 11 has just started. A furious exchange of punches. I appreciate that, Huckleberry. Thank you very much for all of the likes. The cut man is Eddie Reynoso, Canelo Alvarez's trainer, by the way. And Alan, I appreciate that. Yeah, he's got Eddie Reynoso in his corner, probably one of the best out there, the trainer of Canelo as well. So he's in good hands, but Martinez managed to hurt Cordova badly. I have to be honest, I was looking at the comments, so I didn't actually see if it was a knockdown or not. Somebody chime in the comments. I apologize, guys, that I missed that, but it looked like Cordova might have been knocked down. The referee was looking at him. I'm not sure if it was a knockdown or not. My bad, guys. That was a big moment in the fight, but Cordova, at any rate, is back on his feet. And we're halfway through round number 11. Both guys are in the center of the ring, exchanging shots. Martinez, even though he's been busted open, he's just not stopping. He's either like a zombie or like the Terminator. He just comes forward and you can't get rid of the guy. Cordova is really doing his best to keep Martinez off him. He's landing jabs. He's going to the body. And Martinez, he's just such a heavy-handed puncher. So we got a minute left in the round now. The cut for Martinez miraculously has actually managed to hold from bleeding anymore. They've done a very good job in the corner. Cordova's marked up on his face as well. Martinez is shaking his hands. Cordova doubles up the jab. he is unloading on the face of Martinez, but honestly, I don't think he's going to be able to get the stoppage unless he hits Martinez with something really devastating. Martinez and Cordova, guys, these two warriors, they're giving it everything they have. I mean, whoever wins this fight is going to have really earned it. And even whoever loses is going to deserve a ton of respect. Both guys swing and a miss. Shot, it looked like it landed actually there from Martinez because Cordova went stumbling backwards. 10 seconds left in the round. Big hook from Martinez. Cordova is on his back foot. He's trying to escape. Martinez is trying to land something at the end of the round. Again, the referee stepped in. It looks like Martinez might have connected with a hook just on the bell, maybe just after the bell, actually. Now, interestingly, Cordova's corner is telling him he's up on the scorecards. I'm not sure that's actually correct, actually, but okay, so Mr. TJ, I will have a look at that. I will look at Mr. TJ. I will look at Zerafa and Tim Tszyu. Okay, I will look into that. I wasn't really aware of that. And no, I actually didn't see. So what happened when Tim and Charlo met? I didn't see that. I didn't see about Charlo and yeah, Cordova's jaw does look bad, Sam. I agree. It's pretty swollen up, and it is a bloodbath, and these guys are two warriors. It is a belter, JYD. I agree. So if you're in the US, it's on Amazon Prime pay-per-view, actually. It's the first card that's on Amazon Prime. I'm not sure about other countries where it's airing, actually. I don't know where it's airing around the world, but I don't believe it's on Prime Video in other countries, actually. I think it's only in the US that it's on Prime Video. I think in other countries it's on I'm not even 100% sure, so I don't want to say the wrong information, but it's I believe it's only on Prime in the US, actually. So we're in the last round, guys. Round number 12. Both guys still have a chance to win this fight, and both guys really need to win this round because I'm not sure with any degree of certainty which way it's going to go on the scorecards. I think Martinez is probably ahead, especially with those knockdowns, but I don't know for sure. So neither guy can afford to lose this round, I don't think. I don't think either guy knows for sure that he's ahead. Cordova is on his back foot. Martinez is just coming forward. Neither guy's actually landing enough at the moment, but Cordova was lucky because he ducked underneath a big left hook from Martinez, which he sent winging in. An overhand right missed from Martinez there as well. Cordova fires back, but it looked like he missed a couple of times with a jab. Cordova is just really doing his best here to try and stay on his back foot and use his superior hand speed to get Martinez, with these shots. But the problem is that it's just one shot from Martinez is doing as much damage as 3 from Cordova. Cordova got hit there and he got rocked back. And I mean, he still comes and he still unloads combination and he still manages to work Martinez over. But Martinez, even though he's very wild, even though he missed there, looked like there's a bit of a head clash. I think Cordova might have a broken jaw as well. I mean, his face is just really, really swollen on that left-hand side. 50 seconds left in the round now. Cordova, he's trying to clown Martinez. He's doing a dance, but he doesn't actually land any shots. I don't know if this is just a psychological thing. Cordova's on the back foot. He's dancing around the ring. He's trying to goad Martinez to come forward, and he's trying to land with the jab. Martinez, I mean, he's so tough. Cordova's got 27 seconds left, I think, to find something. He connects on the chin of Martinez with a left hook. Martinez just coming forward relentlessly. At the very least, I think Cordova needs to look strong here in the last 15 seconds of the fight. The referee is going to break him up because they ended up in the clinch. Both guys are exhausted. 5 seconds left. Cordova's on the back foot. Martinez isn't even going to have time to land another shot. Cordova is dancing around. He's celebrating. Cordova really seems to believe that he's won the fight. I have to say, based on the body language in the corners, Eddie Reynoso is the trainer and the cut man of Martinez. And I have to be honest with you guys, if you're not watching this, Cordova looks like he genuinely believes that he won the fight. He is celebrating. He's being held on the shoulders of his team. They're parading him around the ring. And Martinez and Eddie Reynoso both look like they are not very confident. They look dejected. I have to be honest, in the corner. The corner of Cordova is celebrating as though they are very confident that they've won the fight. Whereas Martinez and his team, they look very, very concerned. So I'm not sure which way this is going to go on the scorecards. The TV scorecard had the fight. I mean, how do you guys have this one in the chat? Those of you who are watching it. I think Mendoza did actually probably break his jaw as well. Charlo had a gang with him. Tim came across him outside Hodo. Was this in Vegas? Thank you, JYD. I appreciate that. Mr. TJ, was that Charlo and Tim confrontation in Vegas? Okay, so I will look into the Zerafa and Tszyu thing as well. But yeah, I think that was 2 broken jaws on this card, honestly. Yeah, Jai fought with a broken jaw against Maris Bradis. Dave, you thought Martinez won. I thought Martinez won, Joe, as well. Dave, I probably went Martinez. Okay, so it was in Vegas. Okay, I'll look that up. Rod, you thought it would be Martinez by the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Joe, that's why I was a bit confused. I was wondering if I was missing something because from my point of view, I thought that Martinez won the fight, but Cordova was genuinely acting like he thought he won, and his whole team was celebrating. And it was like, from the way they were acting, it was like they won it, by a landslide. But I don't know. Maybe they're just acting to try and sway the judges. But I mean, I don't know. If Jai becomes heavyweight champ, that would be very, very, very impressive. And I like Jai a lot. He's one of my favorite fighters out there at the moment. I think Martinez probably won, but I don't know. There was those knockdowns as well. I don't know. We'll have to see, guys. Ruben, you think Martinez? Jai is a beast. Yeah, he really is. I think he's going to beat Maris Bradis probably in the rematch. And from there, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Martinez, I agree, Dave. Martinez looked like he thought he lost the fight. Jai's from a tough area. Yeah, he looks like he's from a tough area. Or rather, I mean, like his demeanor. Like he seems like a tough guy, basically, not just a boxer. Oh, one of the judges scored it a draw. Okay. Okay, 114, 112 from the other 2 judges. So Martinez did win. So it was a draw on one scorecard, and then the other 2 had it 114 to 112 for Martinez. I mean, really, it was that knockdown then that kind of made the difference. Cordova was running the whole fight. Like, he was on the back foot the whole time. Part of it was like his strategy, but he literally was running at points in the fight. There were literally moments in the fight where Cordova was actually running around the ring as though he was on a marathon in a way, or like riding his bike backwards. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Well, I like Tim Tszyu, so I'm rooting for Tim Tszyu. I'm very biased, and it's nothing against Fundora, but I'm rooting for Tim Tszyu. So yes, I'm very biased, but I think he's gonna look very impressive tonight as well, guys. So I don't think anyone needs to have any doubt about it. But that was a very entertaining fight. It was a very close fight. And guys, I have to be honest and say that I thought Martinez won, but I was a little bit confused by the celebration from Cordova, and I was questioning whether I had missed a whole bunch of stuff, and maybe he was actually going to get the decision, but he didn't in the end. There was a draw on one scorecard, and then two others gave it to Martinez by a close margin, 114 to 112. But that was just the first fight on the card. I mean, if you guys also didn't see the Mendoza versus Sergey Bohachuk fight, that was good too. This one, in my opinion, was even better. Although I would say the last fight, the Mendoza fight, it was a more dominant performance from the winner. Bohachuk looked more dominant than Martinez did in this fight. But this one was a lot closer. It was a lot closer, and it was probably more entertaining on the whole, I would say. So, yeah. I mean, if the next fight, Zerafa against Lara, is as good as that one, then we're in for a treat. Did Mendoza get outclassed? Yeah, he did, actually. It was pretty one-sided, to be honest. And it's true, Star Fox. That's right. I mean, he celebrated early, and it didn't look so good, to be honest. Okay, so Jai's a good guy, but he's from a tough area. Yeah, I mean, like I said, he seems like a no-nonsense kind of fighter. I like both him and Tim Tszyu. Australia has a lot of good fighters coming out at the moment. Justice Hooney at heavyweight is interesting as well. I mean, there's Cambosis. There's a lot of different guys. There's three more. So you have Erislandy Lara against Michael Zerafa, which is for the WBA middleweight title, and that's next. And then there's Jai against Chisora. Don't joke about that, because Derek Chisora used to be one of my favorite fighters. And I say used to be because I don't feel good watching his fights anymore, because he should have retired, I don't know, like a while ago, probably. Like, Derek Chisora is proof that you can have a career even if you lose a lot of fights. And he's made a lot of money, I'm sure. I don't know 100% for sure, but I imagine he has. But I don't want to see Jai against Derek Chisora, because Chisora is just going to get beat up in that one. And I don't know. He doesn't need to take the punishment. Come on, Derek. I know he wants to get a fight. And to be honest, Derek Chisora against Jai Opetaia would be a good draw. I really think it probably would be, but I don't know. I don't want to see it. Yeah, but Mendoza, Dave, did get outclassed. He got beat up pretty badly by Sergey Bohachuk, to be honest. Bohachuk, his defense wasn't the best, but a little bit like Martinez in that last fight, he just came forward relentlessly, and it was pretty much one-way traffic, because even though Bohachuk has had some stamina issues in the past, not in this fight, his stamina looked good, and his defense really was the problem, if anything. But Fury against Jai, that would be an interesting fight, to be honest. No. So Mythman here. No. I'm not going to say that he beat Fundora, who's a bum. I don't think Fundora is a bad fighter, actually. I think he's a good fighter. My issue with Fundora, to be very specific, is I think he's too tall for this weight class, because everybody he fights is way shorter. And if you look at the Mendoza fight, he's wide open. Basically, Fundora is wide open. So everybody watched the fight against Tim Tszyu, and I have a very strong feeling Tim Tszyu is going to get the knockout with an overhand, either an overhand right or an overhand left, because Fundora is literally wide open to that shot. And he wouldn't be if he wasn't fighting guys that were so much shorter than him. But because they are, he puts his jab down towards his opponent, and he's trying to get them in the head, but his arm is coming down, and it means that they can loop the right hand right over top of his jab. And so as a result, I think that it's not that he's a terrible fighter at all. I just think he's a really bad style matchup because of his height. I think his height, from my point of view, is actually a big disadvantage, because he fights on the inside instead of at range, and he's just too thin. So we are just waiting for the next fight, by the way, guys. Erislandy Lara, he is a minus 370 favorite against Michael Zerafa, who is a plus 280 underdog. But I think it's going to be a very interesting fight. Derek did give Usyk a good fight as well. Usyk against Jai would be, I mean, Jai, I don't know how many more fights Jai is going to have at cruiserweight. That's going to be interesting. But The only thing I think he probably needs to do, Jai probably needs to get a little bit bigger, because when Usyk went up to heavyweight, he's gained, you can see he's more muscular, Usyk, and he's probably even a little bit fatter, but he's just generally bigger than he was at cruiserweight. So I think one thing Jai probably needs to do is he needs to put on a little bit of weight before he goes up to cruiserweight. A little bit like if you guys follow the UFC at all, when John Jones went up from light heavyweight, which is the UFC equivalent of cruiserweight, so it's 205 pounds, he took 3 years off, and he did that to build muscle so that he could go up from 205 pounds to fight at like 250 pounds in the heavyweight division. And that was so he could actually build muscle and be like bigger, but not just fatter. So I think when Jai goes up to heavyweight, in my opinion, he needs to probably take about a year to, or maybe he can start doing that now. I don't know, but he needs to put on some muscle. If he's, I don't think he needs to be like 250 pounds, but he probably needs to be in the ring at like 230. I would say something like that. Ideally. I mean, I know that, what's his name? I was supposed to say Andre Ward for some reason. I know that Deontay Wilder. So don't confuse Andre Ward and Deontay Wilder, okay? I do know the difference. But Deontay Wilder, I know he fights in the heavyweight division at like 212, but first of all, his legs are like sticks, and second of all, his he has the freakish punching power. So I mean, that he can kind of get away with it. But yeah, I mean, Chisora against Parker, from my point of view, I have to be honest, and I hope I don't offend any of you guys who are Parker fans. I thought that he lost that first fight. I thought Chisora actually beat Parker in the first fight. I was annoyed at the decision, actually. And I agree, JYD. I think Fundora has too much body to aim at as well. I think he's got that. And I think the other thing with Tim is he can be put down, but it's hard to keep him down. JYD, I think he did get smashed in the second fight. Yeah, the second fight was disappointing, really, from Chisora's point of view. That is, well, I think people should give Tim credit for winning the fight, because Fundora can actually bang quite a bit on the inside, number one. And number two, the other thing with Fundora is he's probably the worst opponent you can take on short notice, because he has such awkward dimensions. There are few fighters out there that you could fight at this late notice. I mean, because he's completely different to, to Keith Thurman. So in that sense, the sparring partners that Tim Tszyu will have had, unless he was for some reason sparring Tyson Fury, I don't know why he would have been doing that, but unless he was sparring Tyson Fury, then there is no sparring partners. But he could have replicated basically what Fundora would be able to do. Tim, if he can work Fundora to the body, if he can go over the top, then I think he can, he can have his way with Fundora. But I will say this, Fundora, he's got some pretty vicious inside punches himself. So it wouldn't shock me if Tim actually went down, but I think it's going to be very hard to keep him down. I think that's from my point of view. So I hope I don't give the impression that I'm saying Fundora is a bad fighter. I don't think he is. I actually think he's a good fighter. I just think that his style isn't going to match up very well with Tim Tszyu. And specifically, the way that Tim can go over the top, he can work him to the body. He's hard to stop. Mr. TJ, yeah, Jai is quite lean even at cruiserweight. I agree with that. I agree, Joe. I think that probably the idea was that Fundora, because the truth is, a lot of the fighters on this card also have entertaining styles. Like we've seen this fight, we saw the Bohachuk against Mendoza fight. A lot of the fighters on this card have entertaining styles. There's not a lot of boring fighters on this card too. So I think probably they put Tim in against a guy who is exciting and also a style matchup that I think favors Tim Tszyu as well. And JYD, yeah, I agree. I think for Jai, 230 is probably a good weight. I don't know what Jai probably walks around at in his day-to-day life. I'm guessing he probably weighs slightly more than 199 pounds. I would guess that he doesn't literally walk around at the cruiserweight limit. Probably weighs a little bit more. But I would like to see him probably put on just a little bit of weight. Dave, yeah, I agree with you. I think Parker dominated the second fight, but I think Chisora won the first fight. That's a shame about Derek Chisora as well, is that he got, in my opinion, robbed in a couple of his fights. He definitely beat Helenius, and I thought he beat Parker as well. Yeah. JYD, Tim's going to take the fun out of Fundora. Yeah, I think he will. I think he will. But I also think, so who is Jai actually promoted by? He's with Matchroom. Does he have an Australian co-promoter as well, or is he just purely with Matchroom then? Yeah, so Hanoi, I really am confused with Fundora's style. It is bizarre to me that a guy that tall doesn't use his jab as much as I would think he should. But yeah, I personally I would like to see him jab a lot more. Now, maybe he somehow wins this fight and he does it on the inside. But even if he does, I still think he could use his jab a lot more because it's his natural advantage. I mean, there's nobody in this weight class who can come. Do you mean just with Matchroom? Is that what you mean by England, Mr. TJ? So he's just with Matchroom in the UK. Is that what you mean? He doesn't have an Australian promoter? Or is England the name of his promoter? Yeah, that is true. Chisora against White as well. I'm afraid, unfortunately, that I can't, Ryan Robin. I can't actually show the fight footage on camera because of YouTube won't like that. So I can't actually show the footage on camera. But you can find it's available to watch on Prime Video, and you can find other ways to watch it as well. So so Adam, we are just getting the ring introductions now from Jimmy Lennon Jr. for the third fight on the card. So there are 3 more to go. There is this one, which is Michael Zerafa from Australia against Erislandy Lara. And Erislandy Lara is the favorite in this fight. He is a minus 370 favorite. Michael Zerafa is a plus 280 underdog. Now, Michael Zerafa both fighters are competing for the WBA middleweight title. And I expect Lara to probably win this fight, but I mean, we haven't seen him in a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of shape he comes in here, how he looks, because the last time that Lara fought was back in 2022. So he's been out of the ring for a little bit. Whereas Zerafa has been also out of the ring, for a bit, but he's the, I think he's the younger man. Zerafa's younger, is he not? I believe so. Yeah, he must be because Lara's like 40 years old. But at any rate, we are about to kick things off in this middleweight title fight. The WBA belt is going to be on the line here. Lara is just being introduced now. He's the champion, of course. His trainer, Ismael Salas, in the corner for him as well. We saw Ismael Salas earlier on. He was in the corner for Brian Mendoza. It didn't work out so well for them there. It did not work out so well for him there. But, and yes, you are right. That, yeah, he's with Eddie Hearn. Yeah, that's what I thought. The Cordova fight, no, the Cordova fight is over. Yeah, big up all the people in Australia watching this as well. Eddie, it looked like Eddie and Jai were having. I remember there were some interviews after the Jordan Thompson fight, and it looked like Jai was kind of glaring at Eddie throughout all of those interviews, but Eddie was looking very smug. Lara is yeah, he's from Cuba. Well, he's based in the US now, but he is originally from Cuba. So all right, let's go. I like the shorts from Zerafa. If you can't see it, he's wearing like kind of black and orange cheetah print shorts. I kind of like those. So here we go. We're underway in round number 1. Zerafa is from Australia. Lara is from Cuba. So anybody thinking that Lara is going to get upset in this fight. Let me know in the chat if anybody is picking Zerafa to win. I think I lean towards Lara, but let's see what happens, guys. Round number 1. We're a minute in. Lara is using his jab and his right hand. He's going to the body. He's fighting out of the southpaw stance as well as Lara. Zerafa is coming forward. Both guys are being very cautious. Both guys are being very cautious in terms of what shots they're throwing at this point in time. Neither guy wanting to let his hands go. It's kind of the opposite of that last fight. Very cagey start to this round. Lara using his jab, hitting Zerafa to the body. Zerafa is fighting out of an orthodox stance. Zerafa is standing more upright as well. He's trying to fight from the outside. Lara is trying to walk him down. So Zerafa is taking control of the center of the ring, but he's not actually throwing a huge volume. Neither guy is. Lara is being very tentative as well. He missed with a jab there. Don't forget, after this, we have Pitbull Cruz against Rolly Romero before the main event as well. So there's 3 fights left on this card, including this one. We got 45 seconds left in the round now. All right, jab thrown and landed by Zerafa. Lara looks a little bit tentative in this opening round. It's to be expected, I think, given his age and his inactivity, but the punch output so far from Lara hasn't been huge. Zerafa came lunging in and Lara tangles him up. He pushes Zerafa's head down. Lara back on the outside. Zerafa coming forward. Zerafa landing some big shots. Lara, I hate to say it, but he looks kind of slow here. Not an amazing round from Zerafa, but I would say it was not a great round from Lara. But Zerafa, I think, probably looked slightly better in that round. Neither guy came out on fire, and neither guy looked amazing. But to me, slightly better look to the round from Zerafa, in my opinion, guys. So, guys, how did you score that first round, the opening round? Zerafa, or did you think that Lara somehow did enough? Well, I think Zerafa seems like a serious fighter. Okay. Yeah, Zerafa being trained by Nonito Donaire. It's interesting, and I think Zerafa's doing well to start the fight. I think he looked better in my opinion. So we're underway in round number 3 here, or 2 rather, I should. Zerafa, if you guys are rooting for Zerafa, I think you've got reason to be confident here because he's looking the sharper. He's using his jab, coming forward. Lara's being very cautious here. Zerafa is coming forward. He's backing Lara up. So Lara is... I don't want to just be overly simplistic and say that it's because of his age, because we've certainly seen fighters fight who are older than Lara. I mean, 40 years old is not that old, especially if you are keeping yourself in good shape, but he is looking slow for sure compared with Zerafa. Zerafa's just looking a little bit sharper, a little bit fresher, even though he's also been out of the ring for a bit of time as well, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I think Nonito and his wife, Rachel, have prepared Zerafa well for this fight. Nonito Donaire's wife is also working the corner for Zerafa as well. But it's looking pretty good so far because Zerafa, even though he is getting hit occasionally, he's coming forward behind the jab. He's looking very compact. He's looking very crisp. So he's throwing his jab out and then he's getting his distance back. So he's not just leaving himself rather hanging out there and in danger. He's jabbing Lara and he's getting out of range. Lara did land with a jab there himself. We got a minute left, by the way, guys, in round number 2. Definitely not as high action as the last fight. And 100%, this fight has not been as fast-paced. I mean, but really what could be compared to that last one. That last one was something else. But Lara connects there with a nice combination. And another nice 1-2 connects from Lara. Zerafa needs to be careful because his high guard is proven to be vulnerable. He got it pierced twice there by Lara. Lara is now backed up against the ropes. He's covering up. Zerafa is not throwing a lot on the inside. But Lara... Oh! Wow! Zerafa is down. Zerafa is down. I don't know if he's going to get back up. He is not going to make it up. My goodness. Wow. Michael Zerafa just got knocked out of nowhere. And I have to tell you, Lara was not looking good up to that point. Wow. What did you guys think of that? That was crazy. Wow. Guys, that was something else. No. I'm not UFO Busters. No, I'm not acting out the punches. I'm not acting out the punches. No. But I appreciate you asking. Maybe I'll do a little bit of it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone in Australia, because he was looking good. And much like the Liam Wilson fight. Yeah, wow. I thought it wasn't looking good. I mean, I said before I thought Lara was going to win, but it wasn't looking super hot for him in the first 2 rounds. Wow. Guys, that was crazy. Lara wasn't looking good at all. Like, he was looking slow. And, like, yeah, he landed a shot and he got the KO. But the thing with Zerafa as well was, like, it looked like he could have got back to his feet, but he wasn't there mentally. Guys, wow. I mean, yeah. Lara, I mean, it does show, don't disrespect the Cuban fighters, because that was crazy. That was crazy. We had knockdowns in the last fight, but I did not see that coming at all. I don't think Lara did either, or rather Zerafa did either. I don't think he was expecting that at all. Sheesh. Guys. Yeah, be careful, Dave. I don't know. Now we're suddenly wondering if all of the Australian fighters are going to... Because Liam Wilson was doing really well last night against Valdez. And for some reason, which I can't understand, he decided to start trading with him on the inside. And Valdez, to his credit, he stopped him. I mean, Valdez is a warrior, but he stopped Liam Wilson. But Liam Wilson, I don't know what he was thinking trying to exchange on the inside. It was not a good move, and he paid for it. But yeah, guys, yikes. So Pitbull Cruz, by the way, is now coming up against Rolly. I don't know what's going to happen in this one now, because it was looking like Michael Zerafa. Yeah, Pitbull will be coming up soon. So the card's going to be moving along, which means, guys, that Tim Tszyu is going to be probably in the ring a little bit sooner than we thought. But yeah, guys, wow. That was crazy. Oh, Ryan, it was the second round. Sorry, I must have missed. Anybody asking what round? Ryan, yeah, okay, it was the second round. Sorry, I missed that one. Crazy, guys. I like Nonito, but yikes. He prepared Zerafa, but he obviously wasn't prepared enough for that. I mean, I have to tell you guys, if you weren't watching the fight, there was nothing really up to that point which suggested that Lara was going to get a KO like that. Lara was not looking sharp. He was not looking like he was going to be in any danger of getting the knockout. But wow, if there is this beef between Tim Tszyu and Zerafa, so it was a straight left hand out of the southpaw stance, was the punch that put Zerafa down. Lara was fighting out of the southpaw stance. He hit Michael with a jab, and then he followed up with a straight left out of the southpaw stance, and that was the shot that did it. So it was just a 1-2 combination. But I don't know if anybody had Lara winning by KO in the second round. Gary, this is just commentary, so there won't be any video on here. We can't show the video on here, unfortunately. I'd like to, believe me, guys. I would. I'd love to show the video on here, but I'll get in trouble, and then my stream will get blocked. So I don't want to do that, and then there won't be any more streams. So yeah, you'll have to find the actual video somewhere else. Unfortunately, it's airing on Prime Video. It's airing on other networks in other countries, but yeah, unfortunately, we can't show the footage on here, guys. Pitbull is on next. Young Reezy. It was literally, yeah, it was a 1-2. It wasn't even anything super fancy. And Lara wasn't looking like he was a devastating puncher. Like, it's not like he was swinging and missing with big, huge shots, and you're thinking, wow, Zerafa's got to be careful here. Like, it was pretty much out of nowhere. I don't know if Zerafa did get overconfident or what, but yikes. Dang, guys. That was crazy. Well, yeah, okay, so that's the thing, right, Mythrendir? I probably was too dismissive of Lara based on his age. Because that is true. He got a round 1 KO. I would say not that long ago. It was 3 years ago, but in one of his more recent fights. So that is true, actually. That is actually true. I think maybe I was a little bit concerned about Zerafa's slowness in the first 2 rounds, but yeesh. I have to say as well, I don't want to upset anyone, but Zerafa didn't look great there, in the sense that he got caught by a shot and he got put down, and when he got put down, it looked like he was beat at that point. So yeah, whew. So we'll see. And yeah, just to be clear, to go back to Mythrendir's point as well, I do think that Fundora is actually probably a better opponent than Brian Mendoza. In my opinion, I think Fundora, because Fundora was actually beating Brian Mendoza quite badly. Fundora was actually dominating Brian Mendoza, and he got stopped. But honestly, if that fight was to happen several more times, I probably would pick Fundora to win. So I think Fundora, just to be clear, is actually a tougher opponent, a better opponent overall than Brian Mendoza. I just think that he's a bad style matchup, and I think Tim Tszyu is going to win the fight. But in terms of getting credit for it, I think he probably gets more credit, at least he should, for beating Fundora than even for beating Mendoza. So, guys, wow. Now, if Zerafa, yeah, Mendoza didn't look great today, but Bohachuk looked very good. Victor, if Fundora KOs the hype job, well, we'll see. I mean, we will see, because we just saw it wasn't technically an upset, but it kind of was an upset based on how the fight was going. I think Zerafa was looking stronger. Fundora can beat Tszyu. Yeah, I think Fundora can win the fight. I don't think he will. I think he can, but I don't think he will. If there's going to be an upset, because both of those last 2 fights, the favorite won. And Bohachuk won. I believe he was the favorite as well. Or he was the favorite. I do agree, Hanoi. I do not believe that that Tim Tszyu is a hype job. I think he's the real deal. He's not the real deal Holyfield, but he is the real deal Tim Tszyu. And I think he is going to win this fight. And I think he's going to have a very good chance against Spence, truthfully, because I don't think that Errol Spence is the same fighter anymore. But hey, that's going to be interesting. Do we know yet, by the way, who Errol Spence's new trainer is? Did I miss that? Do we know yet or not? Because he's not with Derek James anymore, but do we know who his new trainer is yet? Well, the reason why I feel that he's better is because if you watch the fight between them, Fundora was winning quite convincingly on the scorecards. And then he got knocked out, yes. But I do think that Brian Mendoza, to some extent, I don't want to say he got lucky, but I think Fundora is probably overall the better fighter. He does things basically that are a little bit harder to deal with than Brian Mendoza. Whereas respectfully, I think that Brian Mendoza is a little bit more predictable. But Fundora, because of his size and because of his ability to fight on the inside at that height, it's something that you don't really see that often. You're rooting for a Cruz. All right. Well, yeah. So I think if there's going to be an upset, it's going to be this one. Thank you, Mithrandir. I appreciate that. Mithrandir always knows the answers to these questions, so I appreciate it. Yeah, I didn't think there was, but I just wanted to make sure in case I'd missed it, but I hadn't seen anything. So it's you. Yeah, actually, I'm Spence's new trainer, guys. I forgot to mention it. No, but seriously, if there's going to be an upset on this card, I feel like the best chance for that is going to be in this fight here, because I think Rolly has impressed me this week with his confidence, and I also think that his power. I mean, because we've seen on this card already a couple of fights where you had guys with, let's say, crude skills. And even last night, in a way, if you look at the Oscar Valdez fight, I mean, Valdez won that fight with heart, with his chin, with his power. And then if you look earlier on in this card, Martinez, similar deal. He's a footwork and his hand speed and all of that, it wasn't as good. But here with Cruz and Romero, I picked Cruz to win the fight, and I think he would probably win it by knockout. But if there's going to be an upset, I'm kind of leaning towards this fight as the one that it's going to happen in, just because Rolly has power. He's been very confident. And after that, I think, Rolly's going to go on and become undisputed at 140 pounds. No, I'm kidding. I don't think that will happen. But hey, you never know. So, Victor, you're bet 200 on Rolly by KO. Okay, so, yeah, we'll see. I mean, Rolly is an underdog, but he's not a massive underdog in this fight. And I think there will be a few people who are betting on Rolly to win by KO as well. I don't think you'll be the only one. I don't think you'll be the only one betting on that one to end by KO. I would be very surprised if Rolly can win a points decision. I will say I would not expect that to happen. Okay, so Joe, you think Fundora is not as good as Mendoza? Okay, well, I mean, fair enough. I personally thought that Fundora looked good against Mendoza when they fought prior to obviously getting knocked out. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Nikita Tszyu is an interesting fighter as well, actually. 7-1, Rolly by KO. Okay, I mean, yeah, to be honest, those odds are actually pretty good. Those odds are pretty good, actually, because Rolly does have power. This one's interesting to me. It's a really interesting fight. I'm kind of rooting for Pitbull. I'm kind of rooting for Pitbull, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, guys, let me know in the chat. So who actually? So forget who you're rooting for. Who's actually picking Rolly and who's actually picking Pitbull? I'm leaning for Pitbull, but he does look like a Mexican Hannibal Lecter. That is true. Those are actually really good odds on the KO for Rolly. Yeah, I like Nikita Tszyu as well, actually. Josh Jones, you're picking Pitbull. Dude disguised, you're picking, I assume you mean Rolly by KO or Pitbull by KO? Rolly. Okay, so KO for Rolly. Pitbull will tear up the troll. Pitbull. So most people picking Pitbull. I did a poll about it, and overwhelming. I can't remember what the exact percentage was, but the overwhelming majority was rather Pitbull KO. Rolly, Dean, you think Rolly? Mr. TJ, you're thinking Cruz. Honky tonk man. It's hard to tell exactly. It sounds like Pitbull's the one getting a lot of cheers from the crowd. So, by the way, just to be clear, Rolly in 3, Dave. Rolly KO. So you guys are kind of, there's a lot of people, a lot of you are saying Rolly wins. Interesting. I'm kind of rooting for Pitbull, but I definitely don't hate Rolly either. Rolly is definitely part in the pun, but he's a live dog in this fight against Pitbull, and Pitbull 3. Rolly's certainly done his best to talk up the fight. So I mean, he's the one that's going to be more, I think. He's going to have to eat more humble pie if he loses, because he's been really trashing Pitbull, trying to sell the fight. He's been very dismissive of Pitbull. He said in the pre-fight interview that he was going to knock him out just by punching him in the face. He's been very dismissive. So Rolly's making his way to the ring now, by the way, guys. If you this is the 3rd fight that Ismael Salas has been in the corner for, by the way. So he's working triple duty tonight. Unless he was even in some of the other ones earlier on in the undercard. But this is Ismael Salas' 3rd fight that he's been in the corner for. The Chihuahua chain was very disrespectful, but it was kind of funny as well. Deb Yaka, hello. How are you doing? I appreciate you joining me. UFO Busters. Yeah, Zerafa, he did not look great. I'll be honest with you, with that knockout. Like, he was doing well prior to that, but when he actually got stopped, it wasn't looking, it wasn't a great look, basically. He got stopped, and it didn't really make him look super, super great, I'll be honest. So, guys, Rolly against Spence. Rolly is extremely cringe. Rolly reminds me, if anybody follows the UFC, Rolly reminds me of Henry Cejudo quite a bit with his comments. But that was quite a funny ring walk. Rolly is probably not going to fight Spence, but hey, you never know. Could be, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, Lara will have options now, and because he got a highlight reel knockout out of nowhere, so he's going to have options now. Tim by KO, David, you say when he gets hit, though. Okay. Tszyu was locked out of the venue. Interesting. Okay. So I think Costa is there. That's what I heard. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't actually seen him on the broadcast, but they said that if anybody has anybody actually seen Costa Tszyu in Vegas, because he lives in Russia now, does he not? But I believe, well, Tim said he was going to be there at the fight, I believe, in one of the interviews, but I don't think I've actually seen him, or maybe that was at the press conference. I don't remember, but Tim, I'm pretty sure, said that his dad was going to be at the fight, but I don't remember seeing him actually myself. Yeah, I think Tim could surpass Costa's resume as well, but we'll see. We will see. So, guys, if you are not watching the fight itself and you're just watching the stream, just to be clear, we are about to get into the co-main event, I guess, or the main undercard fight, which is Pitbull Cruz against Rolly Romero. Both fighters are now in the ring, so I'll be commentating over the whole fight. But, guys, Oh, so Costa doesn't live in Russia year round. Okay, so he does live in Australia part of the year. Okay. Um. Oh, he couldn't get a visa to come to the U.S. Oh, Tim confirmed Costa not attending. Yeah, I was wondering about that actually with the visa issues. Yeah, I was thinking how he was going to get. I am not following it closely because I'm not, traveling to Russia, so I'm not aware of the visa situation. But yeah, I was kind of wondering how he was going to get a visa to come from Russia. But yeah. So Rolly Romero, guys, has just been introduced. So I will commentate over this fight, and we are going to be in for a treat here, I think. The referee is giving out his final instructions, guys. Rolly against Pitbull. Pitbull is the favorite, but Rolly has got the power. Lara should return for the tank card. Yeah, I mean, he could because he didn't take any shots, in that one. Tim doesn't want to go to points. Yeah, I don't think he does either. I think you should not do that if he can avoid it. I think, especially if it's a close fight and he goes to points, yeah, got to be careful. So I think Tim would be well advised not to let that happen. But here we go, guys. Opening bell, round number 1. Isaac Pitbull Cruz against Rolly Romero. Pitbull is coming straight forward, and Rolly is on the back foot already. Big swing and a miss with a left hook from Pitbull to the body, and an overhand right from Pitbull. He missed. Pitbull is swinging, though, for the hills. He wants to hurt Rolly right out of the gate. Rolly is on the back foot. Rolly gets caught. Pitbull is coming forward. Rolly got caught overhand right from Pitbull. Rolly's firing back. He's moving well, Rolly. But Pitbull is just coming straight forward. He's not giving Rolly any room to breathe. Pitbull needs to be careful with these big swings that he doesn't get countered. But if he can close the distance down, you can really see the size difference between the two guys, though. Rolly looks significantly longer and taller than Pitbull. He looks just significantly bigger overall. You can tell that Pitbull is the naturally smaller man because Rolly looks a lot bigger. Not just taller, but he looks more muscular as well. Rolly going to the body. Rolly's having some good moments with his jab here as Pitbull comes forward. We're a minute and a half through the round. Rolly's being patient. Pitbull fires the jab off. Rolly's moving actually pretty well on his feet. I'm impressed with the foot movement actually from Rolly here. He's looking pretty good. He's not getting backed into a corner from Pitbull. And now there's a flurry of punches being thrown at the back, at the kidneys of Pitbull in the clinch. Pitbull was just wailing away on the kidneys of Rolly. A minute left in round number 1 now. Rolly on the back foot. He gets caught. Rolly's trying to hang on. Pitbull is unloading on Rolly. Rolly is all over the place. Pitbull is going to stop him here. Pitbull is, or rather, yes, Rolly is going to be stopped if he's not careful. He is wobbling all over the place. Pitbull is very, very close to knocking Rolly out here in the first round. Pitbull is blasting away at him. Rolly is in the corner. Rolly is moving, using his body, but his legs are wobbling. Rolly is in trouble here. He is on wobbly legs. Rolly is trying his best to run around the ring. Pitbull looks so focused. He's trying to close the distance. Rolly has got to hang on. Rolly looks like he made a big mistake by provoking Pitbull because he is in serious danger here. Pitbull coming forward. Rolly trying to fire back. Rolly hanging on in the clinch. This is a terrible opening round for Pitbull, or rather for Rolly in the second half of the round. He was looking all right at first, but the second half of the round went all wrong for him. And he was very, very close to being stopped. His legs buckled and he was all over the place. Guys, wow. That was very, very close for Rolly. What did you guys think of the first round? I mean, Rolly was looking good. He was moving well. Yikes, though. That was not not what Rolly needed at the end of the round. In the second half of the first round, Rolly got caught out. Whew. I appreciate that, UFO Busters. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, obviously I would like to show the footage if I could, but I can't. So I'm doing my best here. And it's kind of cool as well, because it is. It's kind of like it being on the radio. So, guys, we're in round 2 now. Cruz is just coming forward. The crowd is chanting Mexico, and Pitbull is getting clinched by Rolly. Rolly has now got Pitbull up against the ropes. Rolly backs off, though. Pitbull with those big over-the-top hooks, with those over-the-top punches. That's where the shorter fighter can have the advantage. Pitbull looking like Mike Tyson in here almost, in a way, coming forward against the taller fighter just with relentless aggression. Not quite got the head movement, not the same style as Tyson, but just coming forward, throwing big bombs. Pitbull is working Rolly to the body now. We got 2 minutes left in the round. Rolly is in trouble here, guys. If Pitbull stops Rolly here, Rolly is going to have to eat a lot of humble pie. Woo! The odds have shifted significantly, by the way, in Cruz's favor. He's now a minus 900 favorite on the live odds. Rolly is getting booed by the crowd because he just pushed Pitbull down almost to the canvas, and he hit him with a body shot there. It's a little bit of dirty fighting from Rolly here. The referee's breaking them up. The crowd is booing. Rolly's being smart to try and survive. He digs to the body of Pitbull, but Pitbull fires back. The referee breaks them up again in the clinch. Rolly is holding on in the clinch. He's pushing Pitbull's head down, which is smart in a way, but the referee's not really letting him get away with it. Pitbull, rather, coming forward. He is just blasting away at Rolly with these overhand shots. Rolly is getting worked over to the body as well. Pitbull's punches are so heavy. Rolly trying to use his jab. I'm impressed with the way Rolly has actually been able to get his legs back under him and keep moving, and he is cracking Pitbull a few times. Nice left hook there from Rolly, but Pitbull's having the better of the fight so far, for sure. Rolly gets cracked again. The crowd is reacting every time that Rolly gets hit. Rolly is trying to use his jab to find his range. He's trying to hold his jab hand out. He's not really connecting with it. 10 seconds left in the round. They're exchanging on the ropes. Rolly landed and Pitbull landed, and that's going to be it for round number 2. Closer than the first round, but I still think Pitbull probably won that. Pitbull's corner is telling him to keep working and work the body, I believe. They're telling him to be smart. They're telling him to fight with heart and to be smart and to put Rolly down. I appreciate that, Troy. Yeah, I'm doing my best. Well, not necessarily. What your bet was on Rolly by KO, wasn't it? Well, not necessarily. John, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments on the commentary, guys. John, yes. Well, I love boxing. So, I mean, that's the thing. Like, when you love doing something like this, it's not that hard work, I'll be honest, because I'm just excited to watch the fights, and I'm pleased that you guys are watching it with me. But Pitbull in round number 3 here. So just to be clear, we're starting the third round, and Pitbull is just coming forward relentlessly. The only danger really that he has is if he gets caught with a counter shot. Rolly's using his jab. He's trying to. It's not really connecting. It's not really getting through Pitbull's guard. But Rolly is just doing a lot of holding, a lot of dirty tricks, basically. Like I say, it's smart, but it's also something that the referee is breaking them up as Pitbull swings a big overhand that connects with Rolly. Rolly's on his back foot now. He's just trying to use his jab to set up his right hand. The jab is just a pawing one, trying to split the guard of Pitbull so he can get through with the right hand. The one area where Rolly has a big advantage is in the clinches because he's much taller, so he's able to lean on Pitbull and push his head down. And the referee, if he doesn't break that up quickly, it means that Pitbull's getting leaned on a little bit, and Rolly's now having a better section of the fight, to be honest. Rolly's using his jab hand effectively to pierce the guard of Pitbull, the high guard, and then it's allowing Rolly to connect with his right hand. So this is the best, and the crowd's booing because Rolly's on his back foot, but it's being effective. It's making it harder for Pitbull to find him now. And Pitbull looks like he's slowing down just a little bit in terms of his punch output because he's trying to chase Rolly down. And Rolly's now on the back foot. He hits Pitbull to the body with a right hand. But Rolly Romero, whatever you want to call him, is having his best round of the fight so far. And Pitbull has got to be careful because he doesn't want to walk onto a big shot there. Ooh, nice hook to the body, or uppercut rather, to the body landed from Pitbull. Now Pitbull is hitting Rolly on the back of the head in this inside exchange. And I don't blame him because Rolly is trying to push his head down. So I think that's actually smart from Pitbull, even though it's a bit dirty. But both guys are being dirty on the inside. Rolly is trying to push Pitbull's head down, and Pitbull's rabbit punching. So both guys are kind of being a little bit dirty on the inside. Now Pitbull has Rolly trapped up against the ropes. The crowd really wants Pitbull to win this fight. You can tell. The crowd, it looks like it's all on their feet, and they're all cheering every time Pitbull even raises his gloves. And every time Rolly gets on his bike and moves around, the crowd is booing. 12 seconds left in the third round now. Rolly hits Pitbull's gloves with a 1-2, but it doesn't get through. Both guys trying to exchange combinations at the end of the round. Neither guy really landed a ton there. But like I said, that was Rolly's best round, I would say. Tszyu, I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the comments, guys. Who is in Cruz's corner? Yeah, the clinching is actually, it's a very effective tactic. I'm not actually sure. I have to be honest. I'm not 100% sure. Who is Pitbull's trainer, actually? That's terrible. I should know that. Miss Vander, you probably know. Who's Pitbull's trainer? Or anyone else, feel free to chime in if you know who Pitbull's trainer is. I'm not actually 100% sure. Favorite boxer is Bivol. I like Bivol a lot too. So some of my favorites, Bivol. I like Bivol. I like Usyk is my favorite. Alexander Usyk is my favorite, but I like Bivol. I like Jai Opetaia. I like Tim Tszyu. I like Devin Haney. I like Shakur. But my favorite probably overall is Alexander Usyk. Probably. Yeah, Pitbull looked tired actually in that round. So we're in, and Rolly still is in this, guys. Dave, I agree with you. So we are in round number 4 rather now. And through 3 rounds, the TV scorecard actually has Rolly down by 2 rounds. Or rather, he's down 29-27 on the TV scorecard. Okay, so take that for what you will. It's his dad. Okay. How you doing, Roy Munson? I'm glad that you're joining us. It's been a really entertaining card so far. And we're in round number 4, and Pitbull is yeah, it's been a good card, guys. It's been a really good card. So round number 4, and Pitbull is still trying to walk Rolly down, but he's getting more and more fatigued, and his punch output is dropping, and it's looking like Rolly is actually turning the fight in his favor a little bit because he's been frustrating Pitbull, and he's been able to keep his range a lot better. And I think Pitbull is getting a little bit fatigued. His punch output was very high, but Pitbull is just applying relentless pressure to Rolly. There's no doubt about that. It's the clinches as well that Rolly for the most part, has had the advantage. He's bigger, and I imagine he's probably stronger as well, but he's definitely taller, and that's giving him the ability to lean all over Pitbull. Both guys exchanging on the ropes now. Pitbull trying to work the body and go upstairs. Pitbull's trying to alternate head body. But Rolly's getting on his bike. He's on his back foot, which is smart. The crowd doesn't like it, but it's smart, and he's using his holding in the clinch. The crowd really is not happy with the way Rolly is approaching this fight, being on the back foot, holding, pushing Pitbull's head down. But it is actually smart. It's taking advantage of Pitbull's aggression and is using it against him. Pitbull is now trying to go over the top on Rolly. Pitbull is trying to go to the body, drop Rolly's hands, and then go over the top. We got 30 seconds left in round number 4, guys. Pitbull stalking Rolly Romero. Big right hand landed from Pitbull, but Rolly returns fire. 15 seconds left now. Rolly is moving very well. Pitbull clips him with a left. Pitbull is applying pressure, but Rolly is taking advantage of that to move and frustrate Pitbull. What are they saying to Pitbull in his corner? They're telling him to use the left hand. They're telling him to use the left hand, telling him to focus, and don't get desperate. Okay, so it's Isaac Cruz Sr. is the trainer. So you were right, Myth Rendier. It is his dad, Isaac Cruz Sr., who's the trainer of Pitbull. Thank you, Troy. I appreciate that. Yeah. I appreciate that, Roy, as well. Yeah, I am closing in on 100,000, which is pretty neat. Yeah, Anthony, you are right. That's his dad in the corner. They said that on the or they showed that on the TV as well. So that's who his trainer is. Anybody who is wondering. So we're in round number 5 now, just getting the round underway, guys. It's a very exciting fight. Pitbull coming forward. Rolly again trying to use the jab to set up his right hand. Pitbull's head, unfortunately, is kind of right in the path because Pitbull's holding his gloves low, and it's meaning that his head is right in the path of Rolly's right hand. Ooh, big shot landed from Rolly. You could feel that almost. Rolly's doing very well, fighting from the outside, going to the body, and then letting his hands go. Pitbull clocks Rolly with a hook, though. Crowd is reacting. I don't think Rolly was hurt that badly, but Pitbull did manage to hit him. Rolly is now on his back foot again with 2 minutes left. Rolly gets hit to the body, but he comes firing back. It's that jab, using the jab, because Pitbull's guard is kind of very high now. And Rolly's being able to use his jab to set up right hands, and it's those right hands which are actually doing the damage. Pitbull now coming back and hitting Rolly to the body. Rolly's jab isn't doing a ton on its own. It's not doing a ton of damage, but it's allowing him to kind of move Pitbull's hands out of the way so that he can get through with the right hand. Now, Pitbull has got Rolly against the ropes. Now, Pitbull's actually leaning on Rolly because Rolly ducked down really low. The referee is actually telling Rolly that he's holding too much. He actually paused the fight to tell Rolly to stop holding. So at some point, I wonder if Rolly will get deducted a point for holding now that the referee has actually warned him to stop doing it. Exchange of punches in the center of the ring now. 45 seconds to go. Pitbull eats a body shot. The referee is calling time now. There's a low blow, it sounds like. Rolly is now being told that he landed a low blow on Pitbull, unintentional low blow. because he was pushing the head down. So the referee has twice warned Rolly. The referee is calling time again. The referee is now deducting a point from Rolly for holding. Rolly is being deducted a point for excessive holding, and the crowd is very happy with that. What do you guys think in the comments? So Rolly just got deducted in round number 5 a point for holding. The referee warned him 3 times in this round. So that's going to have a very big impact on the fight as Pitbull now unloads on Rolly in the corner with 10 seconds left in the round. But that holding has been a very big part of Rolly's. The referee is now stopping the holding again. What do you guys think of this? So this is very interesting because Rolly's holding has been one of his main tactics to try and neutralize Pitbull on the inside, and it's been effective. It's been frustrating Pitbull. It's been slowing him down, and it's been sapping his energy because Rolly's been leaning on him. And now that he's been deducted a point, the referee is not going to stand for that anymore. So if he can't hold anymore, that's going to change. I appreciate that, Roy. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, Rolly's trying to frustrate Pitbull as much as possible, right? So he was using his holding basically to try and frustrate Pitbull as well. But the problem is going to be that you got to get to the casino, Alan. Okay. We'll hurry up because the fight will be over soon if you're not quick. I hope you make it in time, though. Yeah, Rolly better start fighting now. I agree, Josh, because if he can't hold like that, you know, the referee is going to presumably deduct points if he keeps doing it. And I don't know, guys. That's going to be a big challenge for Rolly if he keeps basically getting called out for the holding. So we're underway, by the way, in the next round. And guys, Rolly is going to have to change up his tactics a little bit here because if he keeps holding like that, the referee is not going to tolerate it anymore. But yeah, Rolly, guys, is kind of in trouble here now because his main tactic to spoil has been neutralized. Yeah, that is actually true. That is actually true, Mithrandir. But yeah, I mean, rightly or wrongly, Rolly in the 6th round is not going to be able to hold as much as he was, and he's now trying to exchange from the outside. The crowd really, really is booing everything that Rolly does here. They're booing him for being on the back foot. They're booing him for holding. They really, really are on Pitbull's side here. At least the part of the crowd that you can hear on TV. Pitbull's got Rolly backed up against the ropes, but Rolly gets out of there. Big thing in this round, though, guys, has been that Rolly has been having to be on his back foot and move in even more because he can't get in the clinches as much and push Pitbull's head down. That's allowing Pitbull to walk forward more and unload on Rolly. So basically what's happening, if you're not watching, is that Pitbull's coming forward. He's alternating to the head and the body. He's going to the body, and he's trying to then come over the top with a right hand. He's using that, basically alternating it to try and hit Rolly to the body, then come over the top with a right hand. Rolly is trying to sit on the back foot, and he's trying to use his left hand, his jab, to set up. It's really a pawing kind of jab that's not doing a lot of damage, but he's using it to try and set up the right hand, which is power punches. And that's basically the tactics both guys are doing, except that now Rolly's not able to hold on anymore, and that was a big part of his game plan throughout the first basically half of the fight prior to getting a point deduction. Pitbull is just blasting Rolly with these shots, but he got hit himself with something. Pitbull just coming forward relentlessly. Rolly tried to hold on a little bit, but the referee was straight in there to break it up. Rolly misses with an uppercut. Pitbull comes forward. Rolly is getting worked over in the corner now. He pushes Pitbull's head down, and the referee, again, stepping in to break it up. The referee stepped in to break it up. Rolly, I have to be honest, he took his time breaking up that hold. He definitely maximized that before the referee actually separated them. they're talking about, okay, so the reporter is basically saying that Ismael Salas wanted Rolly to be clinching and holding Pitbull. So now that they're not able to do that as much, it's going to cause problems for sure. And you're right, guys. Rolly has got to start fighting now. So that was the end of round 6, Josh. Yeah, Pitbull needs to get him in the corner and go with combinations. I agree. Because the thing is, Rolly's back foot movement is causing Pitbull problems, but Rolly's got these right. Oh, just water. Just water. Water with lemon in it. So it's literally just lemon water. I know that's super boring. It's not even an energy drink. It's not even like a Coke or anything. It's literally just water. Literally just water with lemon in it. So underway in round number 7, guys. Rolly is trying to use his jab, like I keep saying, to set up shots with the right, as Pitbull just keeps coming even straight forward. Referee broke up the hold. He didn't do anything like warn Rolly or deduct any points, but he did break up the hold as well. Oh! Pitbull looked like he landed a big left on Rolly's chin. Pitbull, if he could just work a little bit. Now Pitbull's actually leaning on Rolly's head, and the referee, to his credit, is being fair. He's not letting Pitbull get away with it either, because Rolly had leaned down really far so that Pitbull could actually lean on top of him, and the referee broke that up as well. But Pitbull is working Rolly over in this round. Rolly is doing some things that are causing Pitbull problems. Like, to his credit, I've been impressed with Rolly's movement in this fight. Like, his footwork, I don't usually think is that great, but I've been impressed with the way Rolly's been able to keep distance. Both guys landed a couple shots there, and then Pitbull landed on Rolly. Oh! Exchange of punches. Pitbull coming forward is just a machine. And unfortunately for Rolly, his right hand has not been effective at keeping Pitbull off him. He's connected a few times, just like he did there, with a right hook and a right uppercut, but it's just not slowing Pitbull down. Oh, Pitbull is getting through again. Rolly's in trouble. Rolly's against the ropes. Rolly's wobbling. Rolly's ducking down very low. Pitbull connects. The referee momentarily got in the way, but Rolly is against the ropes. Pitbull is unloading on him. The crowd really is cheering Pitbull on here. Rolly got hit on the chin, on the side of the head rather, with a big shot. Rolly is all over the place. This is just like in the second round, or the first round even. This is Rolly's worst round since number 1. He comes firing back. He hits Pitbull, but Pitbull is just a few big shots from putting Rolly on the canvas. That was probably Rolly's worst round of the fight, other than the first one, as both guys exchange at the end. But Pitbull dominated that round, guys, as much as he dominated the first round. Whoo! And I've been impressed with some of the things Rolly did there, but in that one, he was literally bouncing around the ring from rope to rope, and Pitbull was just hitting him as he bounced across the ring. He was literally like all over the place. Rolly, to his credit, though, he stayed on his feet. He didn't go down. And this is the third fight on the card. So if you look at the Mendoza Bohachuk fight, and then the Martinez fight, and then this one, it's the third fight on this card where you've just had a guy coming forward relentlessly and just walking through the shots of the opponent. But, I mean, to Rolly's, or rather to Pitbull's credit, I would say he's the defensively slickest. It looks like, they're looking at what's going on. The doctor was stepping in. Okay, hang on, guys. I'll catch up with the comments in just a minute. But the doctor was stepping in, and it looked like they might be stopping the fight. But the doctor says it's okay to continue. They were looking Rolly over. So this is round number 8. But Pitbull looked like he might actually have stopped Rolly in between rounds because the doctor was looking him over. Pitbull, though, coming forward. Rolly's doing his best to fight out of here, but Rolly doesn't look quite with it, to be honest. He doesn't have any damage like on his face. It's not swollen. He doesn't have a broken jaw, broken nose, cuts, anything of that nature. But Rolly, he doesn't look quite that he's mentally with it. He's taken some big bombs from Pitbull, and Rolly doesn't look like he's quite on his feet. Now, the referee is stopping the fight. The crowd is booing because the referee is stopping the fight to actually tie Pitbull's gloves. The referee is stopping the fight to tie Pitbull's gloves, or rather so that Pitbull can be taken to his corner. This is giving Rolly time to recover, significant time to recover, while they apply the tape to Pitbull's gloves. They're not counting, but it looked like this probably gave Rolly close to a minute to recover just when the crowd is booing. And they couldn't get the tape on quickly either, so it took longer than it should have. But now the action is resumed, and Pitbull is going straight after Rolly, and the referee has stepped in, and it's over! Wow! The crowd goes crazy as Pitbull has stopped Rolly Romero in the 8th round. And I'm sorry for shouting, but I'm sorry if that hurt anybody's ears. I apologize, but I am very, very excited by the fact that Pitbull won. I was rooting for him. But Rolly Romero, to be fair, he did well in this fight. He did better, actually, than I expected him to in some areas. But that was very strange there. The referee, I think he was doing a good job, but inadvertently, I think the referee actually benefited Rolly Romero by sending Pitbull to his corner to have the gloves retaped, and then Pitbull's corner couldn't actually unroll the tape fast enough. So the man was trying to get the tape open so he could put it on the gloves, and he couldn't get it done fast enough. And as a result, Rolly probably got an extra minute to recover. But to be honest with you, Rolly looks glassy-eyed in his corner. I don't think he's still with it even now. Rolly is glassy-eyed looking in his corner, and even though he didn't take a huge amount of damage to his face, I don't think Rolly was quite with it. Wow. What did you guys think of that? Rolly is way taller. Beat Fanatic. This fight isn't going to age well for Rolly. That's true. I appreciate that. Yes, and hi to everyone in Norway who's watching this. You guys must be up late for this fight. Tiger Ward, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Wow, Pitbull is a champ. And what, Alan, thank you. I appreciate that as well. Troy, yeah, I'm trying my best. Yeah, Mamma Mia. As Mauro Ranallo would say, Mamma Mia. But it was weird, Hanoi. I agree. It was weird that the referee gave him... Rolly, this sucks. Yeah, exactly. I mean... It was a decisive win, JYD, and 4:21 in the morning. Wow. That's dedication. That is dedication. Yeah, it's only 10:30 at night for me. Game over. Wow, so Pitbull won. He's got the mask back on, and the crowd is going crazy. Lunchtime. Okay. Yeah, I think he's in, or he or she is in Norway. Matthias versus Cruz would be great. That is true. I feel happy for Cruz, though. Like, I don't hate Rolly or anything by any means, but, like, I think a lot of the stuff that Rolly was saying, whoops, almost knocked my table over there. I'm just drinking water as well, so I can't even say I'm drunk. But, yeah, I think Rolly was just saying, I think, a lot of that stuff to hype up the fight as well. But, I mean, he is going to be eating a lot of humble pie now because after all that stuff he was saying, he was glassy-eyed at the end of the fight. But like I say, that was very strange that the referee actually gave Rolly inadvertently a lot of time to recover by having those hands retaped. Rolly was very durable. Yeah, there's a lot of Mexican fans in the crowd here. Yeah, Pitbull, Andrew, I agree. Pitbull, I really like him. He seems like a very humble, down-to-earth guy. He was talking about in the pre-fight about, the struggles that he and his family and his wife and his kids have had through poverty, where they couldn't even afford food at points. And so I'm very happy to see him have this level of success. He was talking about the stress that had on his marriage, on his family life, the fact that they couldn't even afford food. And so seeing him actually win the title, that's pretty neat. As hot as Pitbull. Yeah, guys, that was pretty crazy. So, I mean, the question is, Pitbull, do you think Pitbull will get his rematch with Tank at some point? Tim for the win in second round. So, yeah. Pitbull is the new WBA champ. Good for him. Like I say, it's nothing against Rolly. I thought he actually fought this fight smart. Like, he was a bit dirty with the holding and being on the back foot. But in a way, I don't really blame him, because that was kind of a smart way to approach the fight tactically. Like, it wasn't clean, but yeah, I agree. He looked. Let me see what he says in the post-fight interview. Hang on. Let me see what Rolly has to say, guys. They're asking what went wrong, or she's asking what went wrong. Rolly is not with it. Rolly doesn't seem with it. Rolly's slurring his words. He's saying Happy Easter. He's talking about Easter. He's saying Happy Easter to everyone. But I don't know. He sounded to me, if you guys had your sound on, let me know what you thought. But it sounded like Rolly was slurring his words, to be honest. And he didn't look like he was quite with it. But what a win from Pitbull Cruz, guys. Martin, I appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, guys, everyone who's tuning in. I think you got hit on the head too many times. I agree. Barroso versus Cruz. Tszyu versus Fundora is 50-50. Let's see how this one goes, guys. He did knock out Rolly. Yes, Pitbull knocked out Rolly. Even though the referee, it looked like, inadvertently gave Rolly extra time to recover by making Pitbull retape his gloves, which literally bought Rolly close to a minute of extra time. So that was not very helpful from from Pitbull Cruz's point of view. But anyway, it didn't matter, because he knocked Rolly out anyway. But Pitbull, or rather Rolly, was all over the place in that interview. He was, he genuinely, it seemed like he was drunk, which obviously was kind of worrying, because he just got hit in the head quite a few times. So Rolly, I'm just speculating, but it seems like Rolly might have possibly been concussed there, but I'm not sure. Pitbull said he did his talking in the ring, and he made Rolly eat all of the words that he ever said. And that's true. That is true. Rolly, after all the stuff he said, was embarrassed tonight. So who is Pitbull calling out? What's he saying? He said he's calling out Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez. He said, oh, so he said he will fight Tank, Devin Haney, and Teo, but he did not call out Matias, for what that's worth. He did not call Matias out. And Pitbull, yeah, so Tim, Pitbull versus Matias would be crazy. Pitbull, for whatever it's worth, did not call Matias out, but he did say he would fight anybody. Whew. Beat Fanatic. Yeah, I think Tim Tszyu is going to win this fight as well. Troy, I think you're right. Rolly did seem a bit punch drunk, honestly. So, guys, we've got one more fight coming up on this card, and that is obviously the main event. Tim Tszyu against Sebastian Fundora. And that's going to be coming on a little bit earlier than I was originally expecting, because this, the Lara fight against Zerafa ended so quickly, and then this one didn't go to the judges either. And so as a result, the Tim Tszyu main event is going to be coming up a little bit sooner. So everybody hang on here, guys, because we are just a little bit away from the main event. Pitbull is just being interviewed in the ring. If you didn't catch it, if you're just tuning in, he knocked out Rolly Romero in the 8th round after Rolly was beat up pretty badly in the 7th round and then got some extra time, but ultimately was stopped. Woo! Pitbull Cruz, new champion at the 140-pound division. And I think all of the names at 140, all the top names are probably going to be interested in a fight with Pitbull, because not only would it be a great fight, but at the same time, I mean, the crowd reaction that Pitbull had here, they were really, really into him. Whew, guys, that was a good fight. That was a good fight. Yeah, he called out Haney and Gervonta. No, Lara got a knockout. He wasn't knocked out, beat Fanatic. He got a knockout win in round 2. It was looking like Zerafa was actually doing pretty good, but then he got stopped out of nowhere. And it was literally with a 1-2 combination as well. And that was it. Zerafa was on the back foot and he was moving. And to be honest, Lara looked a bit slow. But actually then out of nowhere, he hit Zerafa with a 1-2 and he put him on the canvas. Zerafa was kind of glassy-eyed as well. He actually shook his head to the referee straight away. Like the referee, when he was still down, Zerafa basically told the referee that he wasn't going to be able to make it back to his feet anyway. He did actually ultimately get up, but the referee waved the fight off. Troy Wilson, I appreciate you. I'm American. And yeah, guys, I appreciate you all for tuning in. I appreciate you all for tuning in, guys. Aussie. Well done to Romero. And yeah, Pitbull, you can't not like Pitbull, basically. In my opinion, Rolly, I kind of like Rolly too, but all right, guys. And I think the other thing is, if anybody wants to watch the Gulamirian Zerto fight, I believe that one still hasn't happened yet either. I'm not 100% sure, but I think with this card going quite quickly, then that one won't be actually happening at the same time as the main event of this card. So basically, we've just got this main event. It looks like they're going to basically stall for time just a little bit. And before we get into the main event, I'm assuming that they've scheduled this pay-per-view to actually end at a certain time. So I'm assuming they probably want to buy some time here, because it looks like in the background that Pitbull is still in the ring taking pictures. Wow. That's interesting. So guys, they just said on the broadcast that Rolly was actually winning on one of the judges' scorecards at the time of the stoppage, and that Pitbull was winning on 2 of the cards, but that Rolly was actually winning on 1 of the cards. I don't agree with that personally from what I saw. Does anybody think Rolly was actually winning the fight at the time of the stoppage? I don't agree with that, but apparently one of the judges actually just said on TV that apparently Pitbull was actually behind on one of the cards. So that's kind of weird, but yeah, Rolly was actually winning on one of the scorecards. Whew. Who is that, Mr. TJ? Sorry, which heavyweight are we talking about? Brett who? Sorry, I'm not I'm not quite sure who we're talking about. Sorry, just if you just type the name again. Dallas guys, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the judge was looking at. Honestly, I don't know what the judge was looking at. Brett May. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking, guys. Well, I mean, I think I kind of do know what they were thinking. I think maybe they wanted Pitbull to lose, possibly, or Rolly to win. But I have to be honest, I'm not familiar with Brett May, actually. So he's a heavyweight. Who is he fighting? Who is he fighting next? I'm not actually familiar with him. You guys will have to fill me in. He's a bare knuckle fighter, but he's fighting in heavyweight boxing, like as in regular boxing. That was true, actually. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how long this one goes on. I could see it going anything from a quick knockout. I could see it going to the cards. I could even see Fundora bringing the upset, but I think the most likely outcome is probably Tim winning within 6. But we'll see. They're just airing, at least on the Amazon broadcast, a promo package for Tim Tszyu. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I don't know how they were having Rolly winning there. I mean, they were at the very least not watching the fight. And you're right. That is why it's important to end it before the 12. And that's why I say I think Tim Tszyu wants to be careful here, because that judge, in particular, I don't know if it will be the same judge for the main event, but like, yeah, the fact that they actually had what's his face Rolly winning, it's a bit of a mystery to me how they scored it that way. But you have to think, if Tim Tszyu is in somehow a close fight with Fundora and then it goes to the scorecards, well, it's probably best to make sure that that doesn't happen. So, yeah. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting, Andrew. No, I've never actually been to Mexico. I've never actually been to Mexico, but yeah, I mean, there's been some incredible heart displayed by the Mexican fighters on this card. And actually last night as well, Valdez against Liam Wilson. Valdez was a real warrior in that fight. And realistically, Pitbull himself here put, I think, himself in the conversation for fights because of the fact that the Mexican fans are so much behind him. Pitbull, I think, is going to headline a card here in Vegas against probably either Devin Haney, Tank in a rematch, or Teofimo Lopez. One of those three. I think he will probably headline a fight, possibly a unification fight. Probably not Matias. I would have to guess probably it won't be against Matias, but yeah, guys, crazy. There's a guy in the background of the interview wearing a Pitbull mask and waving a Mexican flag. He was so popular with the crowd. So it's going to be interesting then to see how the crowd reacts to Tim Tszyu, because Fundora is American, but I believe he's half Mexican and half Cuban, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the crowd is really behind Fundora or whether they like Tim Tszyu, because, realistically, he's an exciting fighter. He's probably the bigger star. It's going to be very interesting to see who the crowd is cheering for. I'm not sure. Fundora is American. I believe his mother is from Mexico. So Fundora is born in the United States, and he's listed as an American fighter. I believe his mother is from Mexico and his dad is from Cuba, if I'm not mistaken. Will Andy Ruiz ever come back? Good question. That is a very good question. I imagine he's going to come back, but I don't know when. He's been out of action for a while, and I don't know what the holdup is. He had surgery, I believe. But yeah, we'll see. I imagine he will come back, but he's also not been linked to any of the big shows in Saudi. So I imagine he's also probably waiting for his call for one of them, but so far that hasn't come yet. And Andy Ruiz has got to get back in the ring because otherwise he's going to kind of get forgotten about at some point. Tim's Mexican too. Fundora, yeah, Fundora. I mean, he's got the height for basketball. Tim's an adopted Mexican. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. So we're still waiting for the main event to get underway. They're just airing some promo packages. They showed this one actually on the pre-show, so you guys have probably already seen this one. It's just a documentary footage basically about Fundora, and they're just showing him warming up and training and stuff like that. Tim does actually kind of fight Mexican style. That's actually true. Ruiz versus Ngannou. That would be an interesting one. That would kind of be an interesting fight, actually. I don't know who Ngannou will fight next because he's going to carry on in boxing. So I don't know who his next opponent will be. I think realistically, Francis needs to take a step down in competition at this point. I think he doesn't want 3 losses in a row. I mean, in my opinion, he beat Tyson Fury by 1 point, but he obviously got knocked out in a brutal fashion by AJ. And I think he needs to take a step back and fight someone that's not one of the 2 or 3 or 4 best guys in the world. Otherwise, he's going to quickly pile up 3 official losses on his record, and I don't think he wants to do that. Ocampo did go the distance with Fundora, and I don't know. We'll see what happens, guys. Ngannou versus Wilder. Do you mean if Wilder loses to Zhang? Because that's the fight that's being rumored. Josh Jones, I agree with you. I think Francis needs to take time off. It's not ideal getting KO'd like that. I actually think Francis was doing well, believe it or not. If you watch the fight, prior to getting knocked out, Francis actually was moving. I thought his movement looked like it had improved since his Tyson Fury fight. And I thought he was actually looking pretty decent to the point where prior to the knockdown, I actually thought Francis, I was impressed by what I saw. But yeah, it's going to be real interesting what Deontay looks like if he does actually fight Zhang, which that's what's been rumored for June 1st. But yeah, we will see. They're just airing a promo, by the way, as well for Canelo against Munguia, which is on May 4th. Not a great fight as far as I'm concerned. Munguia is not who I wanted Canelo to fight, but, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Tim can make himself a big star if he wins this fight as well. And it's true. Fundora is a good fighter, and Tim will deserve a lot of credit if he wins this one. I hope he will get it. Yeah, I agree, Josh. I think Francis was underestimating AJ. I think Francis got overconfident, truthfully. I think Francis was a little bit overconfident because of the Fury fight. And I think he felt like maybe also his chin was indestructible because, in fairness, he was pretty indestructible in the UFC because essentially Francis Ngannou never actually got hit that much in the UFC because his own power was so devastating. They're just showing Spence in the crowd, by the way. But Spence rather is a potential Tim Tszyu opponent. But yeah, I think you're right. I think Francis probably thought his chin couldn't be cracked. I think he probably underestimated AJ. I think he got a bit complacent. Yeah, and Francis was tired. Well, he did go to sleep. That's true. Tim Tszyu coming up next. It's still crazy, the height difference. 5'9" against 6'6". Dave, you're feeling very nervous. Well, I mean, 2 Australian fighters have lost on high-profile fights. Liam Wilson last night, Michael Zerafa now. So they're hopefully not part of a trend. Tim fights Australian style, and hopefully, I mean, Tim is a different breed of fighter. Fury Usyk is a thriller. Yeah, I cannot wait. So I will be streaming that one as well. I'll be streaming tomorrow, by the way, guys, as well for the Fabio Wardley versus Fraser Clark. So I hope some of you guys will tune in for that one as well. I think that show is actually being slept on a little bit. I think it's going to be a good show, actually. And happy Easter to everyone as well. There's never been such a tall fighter in pretty much like any division other than cruiserweight and like heavyweight. Really? I mean, there's probably some outlier that I'm not thinking of, but I honestly don't understand how he can do it, guys, because I'm 6'4" and I weigh about 210. And for me to get down even to like 195 would be a struggle. 190 like would be pretty light. Like I would be pretty dying to get down to 190. So I don't know how, and he's taller than me. So I don't know how he can get down to 154. I mean, I know he probably doesn't weigh that in the ring, but I honestly don't understand how he can do it when he's 2 inches taller than me and he's like, and I'm like pretty thin, and yet he's able to get down to 154. It's crazy to me. Beat Fanatic. I agree with you because it makes his body especially very vulnerable. I actually think it's a disadvantage, truthfully, being this tall, but that's just my opinion. That card, I'm not 100% sure what the start time is of that one. Actually, I should probably check. Yeah, Zerafa, I wasn't super impressed by him. I appreciate that, Mr. T. Yeah. Did I play sports at school? Yeah. Football and it's American football and lacrosse. Excuse me. Choking on my water there. So Fundora is making his entrance to the ring now, guys. He's looking good, but if he wins this fight, I will be shocked. And it's not because he's a bad fighter. Oh, no problem, Mr. TJ. Thank you for joining. You're rooting for the short guy. Alan Babich as well. That's right. Yeah, that's it's going to be a great card tomorrow. Fabio Wardley and Fraser Clark is the main event. There's also some good fights on the undercard as well. The Congo fight, that's true. Fraser Clark against Makalual against I was about to say Isaac Chamberlain against Vidal Riley. That's going to be another good one. So the undercard starts at 7 p.m. UK time, guys, for that card. And the main event's going to start around 10 o'clock UK time. So 7 o'clock UK time tomorrow for the opening of that card. Babich, he was a champion. I mean, no. Did he win? Did he hold? Wait. Did Babich hold? I can't even remember. Did Babich hold the Bridgerweight title, or did he challenge for it and lose? I can't even remember. Was Babich the champion? Yeah, he was, right? Babich was the champion in the fight with what's his name? Rosansky. Now I'm all over the place. Thank you, JYD. I appreciate it. Yeah, so it's 7 UK time. Yeah, Babich lost. Yeah. Polish granddad. Yeah, I mean, I thought Babich was going to win that one, truthfully. So okay, guys. So Tim Tszyu is making his entrance to the ring here. Okay, so he wasn't the champ. He was challenging for the Bridgerweight belt then. Okay. Okay, guys. Oh, there was no champion. Oh, was that for the vacant belt then? Okay. Babich is like an entertaining character, but I mean, I don't think he's going to be. Is the Babich fight taking place at heavyweight or is it at Bridgerweight? So Tim Tszyu, by the way, is making his entrance to the ring now. He looks very focused and very confident. I have to say, guys, as much as I I thought that Liam Wilson in particular could have won his fight. And as much as I think that Zerafa was looking good while it lasted against Lara before he got knocked out, Tim Tszyu is, in my opinion, a different breed of fighter. And so I think Tim, it's at heavyweight, not Bridgerweight. Okay. Yeah, Tim's going to go to the body, Sarah. And I think so I'm calling it. I think Tim's going to win this fight by KO with an overhand left or an overhand right. But I think it's going to be an overhand shot because Fundura's got these really long arms. He punches downwards because everybody's shorter than him. I mean, including me, and I would probably be in the cruiserweight division. And basically, I think Tim Tszyu is going to be able to land with an overhand punch, just like Brian Mendoza was able to do. So that's my prediction. What do you guys think? Who's going to win? Yeah, well, the weird thing was that the WBC belt was going to be given to Fundora. Well, not given to Fundora, but he was going to be competing for it against Bohachuk, I believe, was the original plan. Yeah, Thurman. I mean, to be fair to Thurman, like he has not been active, and he's probably would desperately like to have been in this fight. To be fair, because I mean, this was Tim Tszyu's coming out party, but Keith Thurman really needs to get in the ring and be active. Otherwise, people are going to forget about him at a certain point. I think Bridgerweight's still a thing. I just think there's not a lot of people wanting to compete in it because the idea was that you'd have guys that were too small for heavyweight and too big for cruiser, but there hasn't been a lot of guys that want to compete in that division yet because it's too small. And I think popularity wise. And so I think even like, for example, Jai Opetaia size wise would be an ideal, candidate for Bridgerweight in the sense that I think he would do great at 224 pounds, but Lawrence Okoli is going to Bridgerweight. Oh, that's true, actually. Yes. Which I think is smart. I don't think everybody should be competing at heavyweight just because they can get up to, because technically, like, I'm 210 pounds. So if I was a fighter, technically I would be in the heavyweight division, but I'm not nearly muscular enough for that. So, not everybody who can actually weigh in at over 200 pounds on the scales should be competing in the heavyweight division, in my opinion. Like, Okoli probably needs to bulk up quite a bit. But yeah, Tim is the real deal, in my opinion. I agree, Mithrandir. I believe that Thurman probably would love to be in this fight, especially because he, realistically, Keith Thurman, he needs a payday, obviously. He needs to work, and he needs to get fights while his career is still, alive, basically, because his career doesn't have that much time in it. Boxers are in a very strange job in the sense that not only can your career end, anytime you go to work, but at the same time, even if he has a relatively long career for a fighter, he's going to be retired, long, long before the average person. And even if you make millions of dollars, if you get one big payday like he could have gotten in this fight, it's still going to be a huge amount of money for him, even if he's already earned millions of it in his career. I'm sure he desperately wanted the payday, and I'm sure he wanted the chance to beat Tim Tszyu as well. Fundora should actually be fighting in heavyweight, honestly. I agree, Beat Fanatic. At the very least, I would have thought he would be at cruiserweight, or light heavy at the very, very least. But my goodness, Fundora against Better Biev would be a dangerous fight. So I don't think, but to be fair, I don't think Fundora would do great against Jai Opetaia either. I think he'd need to gain a significant amount of muscle. Yeah, Fundora and Klitschko are the same height, which is crazy. I mean, because Klitschko, that guy was significantly more muscular, but still, Fundora is basically, no kidding, he's closer in height to Tyson Fury than he is to Tim Tszyu, which is pretty crazy. Okay, guys, so let's get into this one. Let's get into it. So we are just seconds away from the opening bell. We are ready to go. Sebastian Fundora, the towering inferno, against the soul taker, Tim Tszyu, and the opening bell has sounded. We are in round number 1. This one is for 2 titles. Fundora is just a giant in there compared to Tim Tszyu. He literally is towering over him. It's crazy, actually, how tall he is compared to Tim. And he's actually using his jab from the outside, Fundora, but Tim is already trying to get in over top of Fundora's jab. Fundora is using his jab from the outside, but it's not really connecting. It's not got a lot of snap on it. Even looking at it from here, I don't think Fundora has the power to keep Fundora off of him just with his jab. I think that's another problem being this skinny. I just don't think he has the power in his jab to keep Tim off him. But we'll see. We'll see what happens as the fight plays out. But the jab of Fundora is not really getting through. It's not connecting with Tim. And Tim comes through with a nice right hand to the body. Fundora with the jab now. Fundora's jab is not being very effective. He's using the jab, but it's not actually doing any damage. Like, he's pawing with it. And Tim, you can already see he just went over top with the right hand over top of Fundora's jab. And I'm telling you guys, watch for that punch. I said it in my pre-fight prediction video, and I said it before this one as well. It's that overhand right or the left over top of Fundora's jab. That's what's going to change the fight for Tim Tszyu. Because Tim is sitting on the outside. I will say, Fundora is being smart. He's using his jab more than he has in the past. This is a good way to approach the fight for him. I just think, unfortunately, he doesn't have the power in his jab to actually keep Tim off him. Because like I say, the jab is being snapped out there. He's definitely using it, and that's very smart, but it's not connecting. It's not doing a ton of damage, and that overhand right is coming. Oh, Tim's rocked Fundora's head back. Fundora is standing on his feet, but Tim just rocked him. That was a big shot landed from Tim Tszyu. To Fundora's credit, his legs haven't gone, but his head got snapped backwards by Tim Tszyu. I don't know, guys. I don't see how being this lean at this weight is going to help him. And so far, Tim Tszyu just put his power to good use. Tim is again trying to find that overhand right. Tim is now increasing his pressure on Fundora. 10 seconds left in the round. Fundora is pawing with the jab. Fundora with a nice right hand, actually. Or rather, I should say a left hand. A left hand, a straight left. That was out of a southpaw stance, I should have said. Fundora got his head rocked back by Tim Tszyu. It was a straight right down the middle. A straight right hand down the middle, and it snapped Fundora's head back. Fundora did well to remain on his feet there, actually. He looks fine in the corner. He doesn't look glassy-eyed. He doesn't look like Rolly Romero did at the end of the fight. Mithrandir, I agree with you, by the way. I don't think that Thurman was going to beat Tim. How you doing, John? From the Parker and the Wilder fights. Yes, no, I appreciate you tuning in. I do remember you, John, actually. Yes, I do. That was a while ago. That was a while ago, but yes, I do actually remember you. How are you doing, John? You're in... Where are you based again, John? Australia, right? If I'm not mistaken. Guys, let's go. Okay, so Tim Tszyu in the second round here is coming forward, and he is coming forward patiently. That's the key here. He's not just coming forward with wild shots, but like I said, Fundora is being smart, okay? He's doing his best to keep Tim at range with his jab. He's not just wildly trying to fight him on the inside like he has in some of his last fights. And so this using the jab out of his southpaw stance, it's exactly what Fundora should be doing. I just don't know if he has the physical tools to get it done. But Tszyu is just a very heavy puncher compared with Fundora, as the right hand connects on Fundora from Tszyu. Tszyu is just being very patient here. Fundora connected, though, with a right. Good head movement from Tim to evade the jab of Fundora. I can't stress enough for you guys that Fundora's jab is not doing very much to actually connect with Tim. It's just not being an effective punch as far as accumulating damage. It's missing because of Tim's head movement. It's missing because Tim is out of range, or at the very best, it's just landing little tapping shots. It's not been an effective weapon to actually cause damage. And Tim has got the heavier hands. Now Tim is actually coming through and connecting with 2 straight right hands on the chin. And now it looked like he hit Fundora to the body as well. A minute left in round number 2. Tim is looking very focused. Another right hand landing. Another right hand landing from Tim. That right hand is Tim's most dangerous punch. Fundora with a jab, though. Fundora is fighting this fight at the pace of a heavyweight, honestly, which is appropriate given his height, but his punch output is and his use of the jab, it's really, it's a good way to approach the fight, but it is basically what you would expect to see in a heavyweight fight in terms of low punch output, use of the jab, trying to maintain distance from the outside. Fundora is literally fighting like a little bit like Vladimir Klitschko in the sense that he's on the outside using the jab, trying not to engage on the inside, and then hoping to land a straight left. It looks like Fundora's nose has been busted open, actually. It's hard. Yeah, Fundora is bleeding profusely from his nose. It looks like Fundora's nose has been broken, actually. The corner is going to have their... Oh, but it looks like Tim is also cut on the top of his head, guys. Tim is actually cut quite badly on the top of his head. I'm not sure what happened there, but Tim Tszyu is cut quite badly on the top of his head. It's hard to tell exactly because the trainer has a towel over top, but it's not even on his forehead. It's literally on the top of his head. I'm not quite sure what happened, guys. Let me know in the comments if you saw, but it is quite a long cut. Tim is cut. It's a pretty big cut on the top of Tim's head, guys. Guys, I won't lie to you. That is a bad cut. That is a huge cut, guys. Guys, the Tim is being sent over to the doctor. Guys, there is a danger that this fight is going to be stopped. The referee is going to stop the fight, guys. Oh, no, they're not. Okay, the referee or the doctor is saying it's not going to interfere with the fight. So for now it's going to carry on. But guys, Tim Tszyu is in trouble here because that cut is looking very big on the top of his head. And if Fundora is able, Tim has got to step on the gas here, because if that cut gets worse, Tim is going to be in trouble. If that cut keeps getting bigger and bigger, Tim is swinging for the hills now because he knows he's got to stop Fundora quickly. Tim is coming on the inside. Tim's head is bleeding a lot. Fundora is bleeding as well. This is the third round, and both guys are bleeding all over the place. Tim's face in particular is a bloody mess. Tim Tszyu is getting peppered with the jab now from Fundora, guys. Tim has got to really step on the gas and try and get Fundora out of there. If Tim is able to win this fight, it's going to be a very impressive performance from him at this point, because he is a bloody mess. And there is a danger in between rounds that the doctor is going to step in. And Fundora is getting increasingly confident with the jab. Tim is firing back. Tim is firing with those overhand rights. Fundora is exchanging with Tim on the inside. Fundora is unloading now. Fundora is hitting Tim with uppercuts. This has turned into a real war, guys. Guys, this is crazy. But now Tim fires back. It's really on a knife's edge which way this fight's going to go. Either guy could get the stoppage, it's looking like. Tim is still very focused, but his face is bloodied. The blood is running straight into his eyes as well. Tim can't see, guys. And I have to be honest, Tim looks a little bit shell-shocked. Tim is getting hit now with right hands from Fundora. As much as I was rooting for Tim and I was very biased about it, I have to be honest and say Tim looks a little bit shell-shocked here. Ever since he got cut, he is getting peppered now with the jab. He's dropped his hands. It's almost like Tim is not comfortable with the blood coming out of his head. I mean, who would be? I don't blame him. But Tim, even though he's a very tough man, he can't see the jab coming from Fundora now. Fundora is actually starting to dominate this round. Tim comes over the top, but he misses with a right hand. Wow, guys, this is crazy. This is crazy, guys. Guys, I really hope that Tim Tszyu is actually able to survive, because this is turning into a great fight. My goodness, Tim got hit with the jab now. To be honest, guys, Jesus, I didn't actually see what happened to open Tim up like that. If anybody actually saw on the replay, yeah, no kidding, Josh Jones. He's getting an old school fight. So if anybody saw on the replay what actually happened, I'm not sure how Tim got cut. I think it was an elbow. Yeah, it was an accidental injury. Yeah, it was an elbow. UFO Busters. Okay, an elbow. Okay, thank you, guys. Tim is tough, but he is being tested here. I appreciate that, Myth Reindeer. Thank you. Yeah, guys. But Tim Tszyu, I'm not joking. He is in serious trouble here, because every round now they're going to be looking at that cut and they're going to be deciding whether he can even continue. So in addition to that, Fundora has gotten increasingly confident, but at the same time, Tim still can connect with his big overhand shots. And Fundora, I think, has a broken nose on top of that. So it's really anybody's fight here at this point. They've put about half of a tub of Vaseline on Tim's head to try and stop that cut from bleeding. And we're only in round number 4. Fundora is now being more and more aggressive. He is actually sort of daring to come forward and fight Tim on the inside a little bit more now, because he knows that Tim can be hurt. As you guys are saying in the comments, Tim's a tough man, but his toughness is being tested here. Fundora firing off the jab. Fundora here is taking full advantage of his opportunity. The cut was opened up by one of those punches as well. So Tim is now in the same situation that he was in the last round. He has blood pouring into his eyes. The unofficial scorecard, by the way, on TV has the fight 29-28 in favor of Tim, but Fundora is coming on strong behind his jab and his right hand. And like I say, Tim looks like he either can't see or he's a little bit shell-shocked, because he is getting hit with the jab noticeably more than he was in the early rounds before that cut opened up. And I don't know if it's because he can't see or what. Probably that he can't see, because it's bleeding right into his eyes. And Fundora is just using that jab now to pepper Tim Tszyu. It is like watching Vladimir Klitschko in the ring a little bit, in the sense that it's just all being done behind the jab from Fundora. It's not his typical inside fighting. Tim is trying to look for a big bomb from the outside now. He knows he can hurt Fundora because he rocked his head back in round 1. But if Tim can't actually get in close anymore, he's just going to get peppered with the jab. And each round, like I say, there's a danger that the doctor is going to step in if Tim keeps bleeding like this. If Tim wins this fight, he is going to have absolutely earned it here. And for all of you guys who are saying that I wasn't giving Fundora enough chance, ever since the cut, he has done tremendously well here. And I have to admit, he is doing a lot better than I thought that he was going to. Fundora is looking exceptionally strong in this round. And I think from my point of view, Fundora is probably winning this round. And like I say, I'm biased in favor of Tim Tszyu. So I'd like to say that Tim was dominating the fight, but I have to be fair and say that Fundora is not being outfought here. He's using his jab. He's doing extremely well. And Tim is getting hit back by the straight left by Fundora. Blood is literally covering the camera, guys. From one of the camera angles, you literally just saw blood fly into the camera, and there was actual noticeable blood covering the camera lens. Tim Tszyu is blinking. He can't really see. The bell goes, and I think that was probably a round for Fundora. Now, Fundora's chest is absolutely covered in blood, but I think a lot of that is actually from Tim Tszyu's head. It's not exactly, or not actually from the broken nose that it appears Fundora has suffered. And again, the cut man has got to go to work and try and stop this bleeding. You can see Tim is understandably trying to look to his cut man to try and gauge how serious this cut actually is. But guys, wow. I think Tim will be okay as far as the fight being stopped. It is, Johnny Ringo, this is quite a fight. Sarah, you are right. Tim is unfortunately got cut. Johnny, I appreciate that. Guys, I appreciate all of you saying the commentary is really good. Mr. TJ, I mean, this cut is probably one that they would play on with in rugby, but the problem is that the referee here and the doctor can step in and stop the fight at any point. And unlike in a team sport, as we get round 5 underway, Tim Tszyu doesn't have anyone who can come on for him. It's just going to be up to the doctor and the referee, and at any point, they can pull him out of here. The TV scorecard, by the way, has the fight even, 38-38 in round 5, and Fundora is using his jab and his left hand to keep Tim at range very effectively. Tim's best chance in this is still going to be if he can come and land some big bomb on Sebastian Fundora. But Fundora is not letting Tim get close, which is something I didn't expect. I thought Tim would be able to get inside fairly easily, but Fundora is actually fighting from the outside better than I've ever seen him in any of his fights, to be honest. I know that the cut helped, but Fundora has never shown outside fighting ability really against an elite guy that I've ever seen to this extent, at least where he's not using his inside fighting either. Tim Tszyu is trying his best to stick his left hand out and try and use it to get Fundora's jab out of the way. Tim's not actually shooting his jab. He's just trying to use his left hand to push Fundora's arm out of the way and then try and set up a right, but it doesn't really work. So one thing that's noticeable is that, Tim connected there on Fundora's chin though. But guys, one thing that's notable is that Fundora is not exchanging on the inside like he normally does. Tim's closing the distance in this round, and he is managing to hit Fundora, but Fundora is managing to do what I think is exactly the smart game plan as he manages to snap Tim's head back twice with a jab. But Fundora is not exchanging on the inside. He's not getting dragged into a war, and I think that's both very smart and it's impressive discipline from Fundora as well. Oh, but he got caught there with a left, an overhand left, and then Tszyu went right to the body. Couple of jabs, though, hitting Tim. And like I said earlier, guys, we got to be careful because who knows what's going to happen if this fight goes to the scorecards. We've seen some bizarre scorecards already, like Rolly being up on one of the cards when he got stopped. So if this fight goes to the scorecards and it's close, who knows what the judges will actually see? And who knows what will happen? Tim is being pushed back onto his back foot. Tim's being patient, though. He's looking for a big shot. He's trying to find an opening, but he is also losing this round on points, I believe. I think Fundora probably has won both of the last 2 rounds on the scorecards, I would imagine. And like I say, even though Tim is probably doing some of this intentionally to try and buy time to land a big bomb, at some point he's giving away rounds as well. We'll see what the doctor has to say in between rounds. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do with the cut, guys. I don't know if the doctor is going to take a look in between. Yeah, I agree as well. Tim's foot movement is not actually helping him here. He's very slow on his feet, and it is a broken nose versus a broken head as well. Tim needs to work to the body if he can, but the thing which I think Tim Tszyu is struggling with is he's not being able to get to the inside. His feet look slow. And I mean, honestly, Fundora is also doing very well. I don't want to take it away from him and say that Fundora is just getting lucky because of the cut. The actual truth is that Fundora is doing better than Tim Tszyu at this point. Like, he's actually out fighting him. It's not just purely because of the cut, as much as it pains me to say it. And I don't want Tim Tszyu to lose this fight on his American debut. But round number 6 is underway. I know he's fought in the U.S. before, but this is his most high-profile fight. And I was hoping for Tim to win. I don't want him to lose, but I have to say, Fundora already in round 6 with the jab, it's being very effective. Tim, if he can work to the body, if he can do anything really, he will be improving, because right now he's not landing enough punches, full stop. And it doesn't matter where they go. Tim just needs to land something at this point, because Fundora is starting to really, in my opinion, pull ahead on the scorecards if he keeps fighting like this. The TV scorecard actually has Tszyu up by 1 round, but I personally think that Fundora probably won that last round. It depends, I guess, if you're scoring the volume or the counter punch or the power punches, but I probably would have scored that last round to Fundora, if I'm being honest. But either way, that underlines the point that it's a very close fight. And if it does go to the cards, I don't think it's easy to predict what will happen. But yeah, Tim Tszyu, guys, is still looking for that big shot from the outside. He looked very confident in the first round, and then ever since this cut, Tim Tszyu has looked like a different fighter. Now, we've seen Tim hurt in fights before. We saw Tim against Steve Spark, I believe it was, in the first round, and we've seen him go down against Goucher. We've seen him struggle at points, but I don't know if Tim Tszyu has ever been in this much trouble. Big shot landed from Tim Tszyu there. I don't know if we've ever seen Tim Tszyu in this type of trouble before at any fight in his career. And like I say, Fundora deserves credit, a lot of credit, because he is actually giving himself a fair chance to win this fight now, as Tim connects with a left hand, or rather a right hand, straight down the middle. Tim's trying to load up that right hand and landed on Fundora's chin. Again, a miss with that right. Fundora's doing a good job of using his trailing arm, his left arm, to actually block the overhand right from Tim Tszyu, because that's Tim's biggest punch. It's the one he's looking for to try and end the fight. But Fundora has realized that, and he's actually using his trailing arm to try and block the right hand from Tim Tszyu. And so far, it's worked for the most part, because Tim hasn't really been able to do any meaningful damage over the top like he's trying to. But guys, again, I have to be honest and say I think this is another strong round for Fundora, as the bell goes to end round number 6. Tim is going back to his corner, bloodied as usual. The good news is the cut doesn't seem to be getting any worse. It just seems to be about the same. Now the referee is looking at it, but it is bleeding quite a lot as well. So the referee's coming to the corner. What's he doing? The other problem is that the worse Tim looks in each round, in the sense that the more Fundora is landing the majority of the punches, I think the more likely it is that the referee is going to want the doctor to look at the cut, because the more it's like Tim is just sort of taking one-way traffic, the more it's going to give an excuse to potentially stop the fight. Fundora, on the other hand, in his corner, even though I think he has a broken nose, he is noticeably less bloodied. He looks noticeably fresher than Tim Tszyu. And again, they have a generous amount of Vaseline on the face of Tim Tszyu, on the forehead of Tim Tszyu. Well, it's not, like I say, it's not really far. Okay, so they brought the doctor in again, guys. The doctor said they're going to let the fight continue. The doctor said they're going to let the fight continue, but it's not good, guys, when the doctor has already stepped in to look at the cut twice. So Tim needs to also make sure that he's looking like he's still in the fight, because if he's just getting peppered with shots by Fundora and the doctors already had to look at the cut twice, that's not a good look, unfortunately, for the Soul Taker. So Fundora is fighting very well. Tim Tszyu landing, though, with a straight left hand, or straight right, rather, on the chin of Fundora. Fundora is using his jab. Tim Tszyu is getting hit with the jab way more than he was earlier in the fight. Fundora has landed significantly more jabs, by the way, according to the official statistics, more than double the amount that Tim Tszyu has landed. Now, that's not Tim's game plan. Tim tries to land with a big uppercut, but he missed. Fundora is being very disciplined as well about not exchanging on the inside, because it would be very tempting to try and go for broke, seeing that Tim Tszyu is hurt, and then try and exchange, maybe try and even knock him out on the inside, because Fundora is a very good inside fighter, but he's being very patient and he's not doing that. And that's reducing the likelihood that he gets caught with a big shot. Fundora gets hit to the body, though. Tim Tszyu managing to land a big shot to Fundora's body. And credit to Tim Tszyu. He's using some good head movement to get out of the way of some of those shots from Fundora. Oh, big body shot from Tim Tszyu, guys. That one looked like it hurt, but Fundora comes firing back. I will say, if Tim can keep going to the body like that, it's going to accumulate some damage on Fundora. Tim is just bleeding all over the place, though. The cut is about the same as it was, but it's just bleeding a lot. Now Fundora landing on Tim Tszyu. 30 seconds left in the round now. Round number 7. Fundora with jabs. Now Fundora going to the body and going upstairs with a left hand. So Tim Tszyu, guys, he has got to get it together here. He's in my opinion, the worst trouble that he's been in, in his career up to this point. And it's also the visuals of it, because if any of these rounds are close, just seeing Tim Tszyu beaten and bloodied like that, it's going to make it, I think, subconsciously more difficult for the judges to favor him when Fundora goes to the corner and he just looks a lot cleaner and fresher. So have they controlled the blood, Johnny? Well, kind of. The blood keeps coming back. The cut is about the same size, but it keeps opening up as soon as he stands up off of his stool, basically. And that is true, actually, Joe, because Fundora has been here before, and then he did get stopped by Mendoza. I believe it was an accidental elbow, is what they said, basically. But yeah, guys, this was some good luck for Fundora, because I don't think if that had happened, he would have been in this position. But I mean, credit to him, he's taken full advantage of the situation. Yeah, exactly, Mithrandir. I agree. I mean, I think, to be honest, Tim Tszyu was a little bit worried as well, and it's understandable, but you could see him looking up at his cut man when he got cut, kind of trying to figure out how bad it was. But what's happening is each round, so we're underway in round number 8 now, and what's happening is they're putting tons of Vaseline on the cut, and then Tim Tszyu comes out, and basically the first time he gets touched, it opens up the cut again. So it's not really getting worse, but I wouldn't say they've controlled it either. It's just about the same, and so we're already only 20 seconds into the round, and Tim's just covered in blood. Again, to give you an idea of how bad it is, it's basically like one whole side of Tim's face is kind of covered in blood. The referee's covered in blood as well. And Tim is not able to see, I imagine, out of his eye very well on that side in particular. And Fundora is taking advantage of it by being able to just land on Tim's head so much more easily than he was before Tim got cut. So we got 2 minutes left in this 8th round, guys. And Tim Tszyu is just relentless in coming forward and applying pressure. There's no questioning his heart and his toughness. But the fact is, he does need to land more shots. in my opinion at least, than what he is now. Fundora is actually clinching and holding on the inside. He's pushing Tim Tszyu's head down, which is actually, like I say, to give him credit, it's actually smart as Tim Tszyu lands with a right hand. I imagine that if Fundora can keep going like this, he's going to have a very good chance of getting the decision on the scorecards because his jab and his left hand, his straight left hand out of the southpaw stance have been very effective. As he goes to the body there, the scorecard on the TV has Tszyu up 67-66, which I personally disagree with. I would probably have Fundora up, honestly, but either way, it shows you that it's super close, and Tim Tszyu is now trying to work the body of Fundora with a minute left in the 8th round. So, guys, it does show you that fighting a fighter like this, Fundora, I'm really, really impressed, actually, by the way Fundora has been able to modify his tactics, fight from the outside instead of on the inside. It's actually quite impressive, and Tim tries to go to the body of Fundora there. Another big shot lands to the midsection. Tim now fires back with a right hand. It connected on the chin of Fundora. When Tim gets inside, guys, the problem is he's just not able to let his hands go enough. He's got power, but he's just not getting through with enough volume, I think. Now, the thing Fundora probably also learned from the Mendoza fight with 10 seconds left in the round, as some of you guys rightly point out, he was ahead against Mendoza, and then he got knocked out. Well, I think he's probably got that in his mind in this fight, and he's being a lot more cautious. So now the referee's going back again to look at the cut. I imagine that given that they've let it go on this long, they probably will let it go to the end now, but I don't know. Yeah, I think that the way it was looking in the first round, Tim was looking like he was going to get the KO. Honestly, I was expecting, based on how the first round went, that Tim Tszyu was going to actually have a good chance of getting the KO early on. But guys, I got to be honest. Tim is in danger of losing this fight on the scorecards. I got to be honest, guys. Tim is in danger of losing this fight, at the very least because it's close. And Tim took the fight at short notice. It's true. I mean, and Fundora is a very awkward opponent. So I will say one thing as well. And Mithrandir, you made a good point earlier that I hope that Tim Tszyu will still get credit for this performance, because I do think, in fairness, the cut played a big factor in it. I do think that without that cut, and by the way, guys, for what it's worth, Fundora is now the favorite with the live odds. He opened the fight as a plus 400 underdog, and he's now a minus 160 favorite. So Fundora is now the favorite with the live betting. We're in round number 9, so we have 4 rounds to go in this fight, and Fundora has actually become the favorite with the live betting, and I agree with that. And quite frankly, I also think that Fundora is going to be more likely to get the beneficiary to be the beneficiary of a judge's decision in a close fight, because Tim Tszyu is just not, unfortunately, using enough volume. Fundora just looks very effective and comfortable controlling the fight from the outside. Tim Tszyu, if I'm being honest, looks slow on his feet, and his volume is dropping with each round. It's actually Fundora that's working the body with a big hook there, and Tim Tszyu is actually getting backed up. This is pretty unbelievable stuff here, guys. It is starting to look like Tim Tszyu is getting beaten up by Fundora. Fundora is backing Tim Tszyu up against the ropes. Tim Tszyu is wobbling. I think he's still in the fight. I think he might be trying to bait Fundora into coming forward, to be honest. But Fundora is boxing a very intelligent fight here, guys. He's being very, very smart off of his, or rather to stay off of Tim Tszyu and not trying to exchange on the inside. He knows that he doesn't want a repeat of the performance against Mendoza. And Tim just needs to throw more. He's trying to find that one big shot, or he's just exhausted. But either way, his volume is not cutting it in this 9th round. Nice body movement there from Tim Tszyu, though. Used his head, got out of the way, and then he managed to dig in a nice body shot on Fundora. Now Tim's coming forward, and he lands a nice straight, but Fundora, it was a straight right from Tim Tszyu and another one, but Fundora still got the better of that exchange, landing about 5 jabs to Tim's straight left or right hands, which landed only twice. Now Tim with a left that gets through on Fundora, and another left from Tim Tszyu, and another left. Nice combination of punches from Tim Tszyu in sequence, but Fundora still managing to come forward. Fundora is using he's just using his natural advantages so effectively in this fight. I mean, the reality is I was sort of saying he's too tall to be in this weight class, and a lot of you guys felt the same way, but the reality is he's using it very effectively in this fight, and there's nothing that Tim Tszyu can do because he wasn't born 6'6". God didn't make Tim Tszyu 6'6", and at the end of the day, even as thin as Fundora is, Tim is struggling, guys. Now, here's the thing. As you saw in the Mendoza fight, Tim Tszyu has the power to stop Fundora, I'm pretty sure. It's a deep cut as well, by the way, guys. So the Tszyu corner apparently told the reporter at ringside that their plan is to try and get the KO late in the fight. And basically, they're trying to actually stop Fundora. This is Kostya's first time seeing his fight. I appreciate that, Troy. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I kind of wanted, well, I did want Tim Tszyu to win the fight, but yeah, Fundora finally realized that he's a freakishly tall fighter. So basically, guys, Tim Tszyu's trainer told the reporter in the corner that the game plan is to try and knock Fundora out, and they're trying to find the perfect shot. But I think the Fundora corner probably realizes that, and so as a result, they're just using this jab and the straight left from the outside. And now on the TV scorecard, which in my opinion is probably a little bit in favor of Tim Tszyu, if I'm being honest, they actually now finally have Fundora winning 86-85 for the first time in the fight. So that shows you, unfortunately, as a Tim Tszyu fan, it's probably time to be worried, because even the scorecard on TV, which I feel like was favoring Tim Tszyu a little bit, has now shifted the other way. Tim is doing a good job, though, of trying to get to the body now. He just landed on the belt line, and that is what he needs to do. That is what he needs to do, guys. He needs to do something to try and chop this big tree down. Fundora is just suddenly in this fight decided to use all of the height advantages, his natural advantages, to devastating effect. But he did eat a couple of body shots there from Tim that looked like they had some effect, actually. Now Tim Tszyu is coming forward. He's looking more confident here. Fundora is doubling up the jab. We got 1 minute and 40 seconds left in round number 10, guys. Tim Tszyu landed a couple of big body shots, one on the right and one on the left of Fundora, and you could tell that hurt him. But Fundora went straight back to trying to fight at distance. Now Tim Tszyu is really trying to duck underneath and use head movement and come to the inside. You can see that Fundora has power as well, because Tim Tszyu is not just walking straight through him. Tim Tszyu is being respectful of Fundora's power as well. And Fundora is actually coming forward now, and he is backing Tim Tszyu up. Ooh, Tim got hit with a straight left, but now Tim is firing back. Tim landed with a big power punch. He goes to the body with a big uppercut as well. Tim is having to wipe the blood out of that eye so that he can see where he's going. Tim is just being meticulous. He's being very focused about trying to take Fundora out with a power punch. The question is going to be whether he has enough time and whether he can find the right opening, because Fundora has been very disciplined so far. Now Fundora connects twice right on the chin of Tim Tszyu. There's 20 seconds to go, guys, in this round. And I got to say, this is another Fundora round as far as I'm concerned. But make no mistake, Tim is still in this fight. All it's going to take is one big punch from him. But Fundora, Tim landed a couple of times, and Fundora just comes firing straight back. Fundora is tough. And Tim is in his corner. He's bleeding again. I imagine that it's going to continue on to the end of the fight. I don't think they're probably going to stop it now because even though it's still bleeding a lot, it's not substantially better or worse, rather. Who have you guys got up on the cards now? This is a very good performance from Fundora. Who do you guys have winning? Yeah, I got Fundora up, to be honest with you guys. On my card, it's a question of whether or not the judges will see it that way, but I have Fundora up. What do you guys think in the comments? Who's got Fundora up and who has Tszyu? But the cut man, Fundora, Mr. TJ, you have Fundora up as well. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, because like I say, I wanted Tim Tszyu to win. I like Tim Tszyu. But man, oh man. Yeah, no, I agree. Never say never for sure, because we are in round number 11, guys, and Fundora is only one big power shot away from being put on the canvas for sure. If you're paying attention, the TV card now has Tszyu down 96-94. Fundora is up. And he is again just using his reach to keep Tim on the outside. So Tim now has probably about 5 minutes and 30 seconds this round and then the last round. And he really needs to get, I would say, at least a knockdown, if not a stoppage at this point. But like you guys are saying, it only takes one punch for Tim to change this fight. He is still a very devastating puncher, and both guys are extremely tough. This fight has turned out to be a lot more competitive than I was expecting it to be. Tim with a left hook there. All right, guys. Straight. Tim Tszyu needs to do his best here to try and connect with something. Fundora just having so much success keeping him on the outside. Big uppercut landed from Tim there, though. It's going to be a close fight, guys. It's going to be very interesting how this one goes if it goes to the cards. Tim missed right there with a big overhand left. Big straight right, though, connects from Tim Tszyu. Straight through the pipe from Fundora. Fundora with the jab. We got a minute left in round number 11, guys. I got to say, the crowd doesn't seem as into this one as they were into the Pitbull Rolly fight, but this is an absolute war. This is an exciting fight, and both guys have a ton of heart and determination on display as Tim Tszyu tries to get through with that right hand, but Fundora is just being very effective using his jab from the outside. Fundora is also swollen under both of his eyes, by the way. He's been hit a lot by Tim Tszyu, but Tim Tszyu's eyes are also marked up. Both fighters have significant marking on both eyes. So both guys here have been through a war. And not to mention the fact that Fundora also has a broken nose, I would have to imagine. Tim Tszyu with a big overhand right that connected. Actually, to be fair to Fundora, his chin has been pretty good as well. I mean, he has got hit with power punches, and he's held up so far. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. That's it. The final bell to end round number 11. And guys, we've only got one fight left, or one round left, by the way, I should say. Whoo! This is so close. So Fundora's corner just wants him to keep doing what he's doing. And to be honest, I think that's smart advice. One judge there who has Tim winning. All right, guys. Wow, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy, guys, because Tim is going to need this rematch clause the way things are going. This is the final round, Tom. And yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, that's true, Adam. Fundora is a good fighter. He really is a good fighter. Now, Kevin, it's going to be very interesting to see how the judges see this card. But yeah, that's true. There was an MMA elbow. And his vision was impaired by an elbow to the head. I mean, that is true. All right, guys, let's go. Round number 12. This is it, the last round. And I honestly have no idea which way this is going to go. It could still end in KO. It could still end with either guy winning on the scorecards. It's that close. Same situation as the last round. Fundora trying to use his reach to stay on the outside. He's been so disciplined about that all night. Tim Tszyu is now going to have to come forward on the inside. He's going to have to be very reckless and just let his hands go. Tim has got the chin to survive these punches, so he's going to have to take 2, take 3 to give 1 if that's what it takes now. Tim is walking forward. For my money, though, Tim's not throwing enough shots. Fundora is still managing to keep him at range as well. 2 minutes left now in the final round of the fight, guys. This is razor close. Tim now gets through with a right hand. My goodness. You have to be so impressed with Fundora, but Tim Tszyu is extremely tough. His power punches are hurting. Fundora is on his back foot now. We got 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this fight. And guys, this is literally could go either way. Tim now gets through with some big shots landing on the chin. Tim has managed to work his way to the inside. Fundora is trying to keep him off. Fundora is trying to keep Tim Tszyu away from him, but Tim seems to be tired as well. He can't find a flurry of punches that he needs. There's only 1 minute and 20 seconds to go in this one as well, guys. Fundora is just hammering away, but Tim gets through with a couple of power shots of his own. Tim Tszyu gets through, and guys, if Tim can keep up fighting like this, he is going to do some damage here in the last minute, but he needs to let his hands go. He cannot afford to look for one big shot. He needs to just let it all go, throw combinations, whatever it takes. Big overhands miss from Tim Tszyu. A right and a left. Fundora is now exchanging on the inside. The eyes of Tim Tszyu are marked up. He is bruised on both sides of his face. 30 seconds left in the round. If Fundora is smart, he will get on his bike now at this point and not exchange with Tim Tszyu. But he is actually walking Tim Tszyu down. Tim is just not got the energy. He's still trying to look for one big shot. And like I say, he needs to let his hands go here, but he just doesn't have the energy. Fundora is now exchanging with Tim Tszyu. If Fundora pulls this off, guys, this is going to be one of the upsets of the year, one of the performances of the year, taking this fight on short notice. The final bell goes. The fighters embrace in the ring. A very good show of sportsmanship. Neither guy is acting like they're certain that they won the fight. To be honest, neither guy is celebrating wildly. Tim Tszyu smiling as he heads back to his corner. Fundora smiling in his corner. So neither guy seems convinced that they've won the fight yet. Neither guy wanting to celebrate prematurely. I mean, we did see that earlier on in the card where the losing fighter ended up celebrating wildly like he'd won the fight. Neither guy seems to want to do that in this situation. But guys, whoever wins this fight, this has been a real war. And both fighters deserve the utmost credit for this one, guys. It could even be a draw. It's not been a great day for the Australian fighters, a great couple of days, to be honest. I have to agree, and I do feel real bad for you guys because I know what it's like when your fighters that you want to win are fighting over the whole weekend and they're just losing one after the other. Josh Jones, yeah, of course, guys. I appreciate it. I'll be back for tomorrow as well for the Fabio Wardley Fraser Clark, that whole show, which, like I said, starts at 7 o'clock UK time. But guys, this is crazy. And I agree. By the way, Johnny Ringo, I agree with you completely. I think boxing needs to get over. Tom, I thank you for the compliment as well. You're very welcome. But yeah, Johnny Ringo, I agree with you. Boxing needs to get over the idea that losing a fight means the end of your career, because honestly, whoever loses this one is going to have an argument for actually having won the fight in reality. I mean, Tim Tszyu landed a lot of power punches. Fundora, he was very effective controlling the fight from the outside. I'm your Huckleberry. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't know, guys. Johnny Ringo, I appreciate it. Yeah, so I will be here doing the commentary for all of these fights. Tiger Ward, thank you very much. Unfortunately, no, we don't have a link that we can post in here, Kai. So yeah, guys, I appreciate everyone who's complimenting. So one judge in favor of Tim Tszyu. Okay, let me listen in. 116, 112 for Fundora. So we got one for Tszyu, one for Fundora. Okay, the last judge has it. 115, 113. So it's not a draw, guys. It's 115, 113 on the last card. Sebastian Fundora won. Sebastian Fundora, who was, I believe, a minus 400 underdog. My goodness, Sebastian Fundora, I believe he took this fight on 12 days' notice. And he is now the unified champion of the world in the 154-pound division after winning a split decision over Tim Tszyu. He is the WBO and the WBC 154-pound champion. Guys, crazy. And I have to say, I wanted Tim Tszyu to win the fight. I was really biased about it. But man, Fundora, for me, he earned this, guys. And he actually outboxed Tim Tszyu after that cut. He made Tim Tszyu look slow, and he just dominated him from the outside enough to, in my opinion, get a decision on the scorecards. Guys, wow. I appreciate everyone for the compliments as well. But, I mean, Tim Tszyu will come again. I do think Tim Tszyu, you did say, Mythrandir, you did say that this was going to be thing. I mean this genuinely, by the way, Mythrandir. You've got some of the best boxing knowledge, I think. I'm genuinely impressed by the boxing knowledge that you come out with. So I really appreciate having you on these streams every week. And I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Let me see what Tim Tszyu had to say as well. My goodness. I think there will be a rematch, but wow. And also, by the way, I give Tim Tszyu a good chance in the rematch as well. Thank you, Mythrandir. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I can't believe that there was like 450 people watching this at one point, which is crazy. Whew. The cut now, ironically, on Tim's face has actually stopped bleeding. So it took the whole... And yeah, I imagine that the rematch might be in Australia, but I don't know. Guys, that's crazy. Okay, what are they saying? So I think there'll probably be a rematch. So Tim's not actually calling for the rematch. He's saying he'll fight whoever, whenever. So I'm not sure if there is a rematch. Yeah. I think Claudio will be glad that he didn't go to the fight live in a way, because I think he would have been fuming. I appreciate all of you guys, and I think the rematch is going to be great. What does Fundora say? Fundora looks very thrilled that he's done this. I mean, even if Tim Tszyu wins the rematch, and I probably would still make him the favorite because I do think the cut played a big role. But even if although who knows now? But even if Fundora did lose the rematch, I mean, this is still a very impressive performance, and I think Fundora is a serious guy now at this division. And I would love to see the cut without the fight as well, Dave. I agree. I am genuinely sorry for all the Australian fighters who lost over the weekend, because I definitely thought that at the very least that Tim Tszyu was going to win. Guys, that's crazy. And yeah, people underestimated, including me. I have to hold my hands up. I underestimated Fundora as well. So, wow. My goodness. Thank you, Troy. I appreciate that as well. I really appreciate all of that. I'm surprised how many people have tuned in, guys, to this. But yeah, it's been awesome. So we'll be back tomorrow. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. I hope a lot of you guys will tune in. I know it's Easter Sunday tomorrow, but I hope some of you guys will tune in as well for the Fabio Wardley versus Fraser Clark show. But yeah, guys, Nobody's going to underestimate Fundora after this one. If anything, I think, unfortunately, some people are now going to write Tim Tszyu off, which I don't think is the right way to go either. So they're asking Fundora what's next. Guys, I don't know if there's a rematch clause. I'm not 100% sure because they're bringing Errol Spence into the ring. They've brought out Errol Spence, guys, and he's in the ring, and he's now going face-to-face with Fundora. Guys, I don't know if... Do we know for sure that there's a rematch? Yeah, there is. Okay, because they're bringing out Errol Spence. They're bringing out Errol Spence to face off with... yeah, face to chest is right, but still, that's kind of interesting. No rematch clause. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Spence against Fundora. Looks like that's the... Yeah, they are wheeling out Spence. Exactly. So, I don't know what's to make of this, really, guys. Because Tim didn't actually call for the rematch. As far as I heard, Tim Tszyu didn't actually say that the rematch would definitely be next. And then Fundora and now Spencer kind of facing off. So it kind of looks like that's the fight they're trying to set up next, is Spence against Fundora. Thank you, Troy. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I hope to see you again. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I certainly enjoyed doing it. So, guys, I'm going to sign off now. We've been on here for a good nearly 5 hours now. I appreciate all of you for tuning in. Thank you. Yeah, that is true, Mithrandir, as well, actually. And I'm sorry for all of the Aussie fans. Hopefully, Tim can come back strong. Hopefully, we'll get a rematch at some point. Johnny Ringo, thank you very much. JYD, Dave in Australia, Mithrandir, I'm here. Troy, you, Johnny Ringo, Mr. TJ, everybody who's tuned in, Josh Jones, Huckleberry, UFO, Daniel, everybody who's tuned in, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. This has been awesome. Hope to see you guys soon. Thank you, guys. I'm out.